England in the 1200s threw out all its Jews. France in the 1300s threw out all its Jews. Spain in the 1400s threw out all its Jews. Central Europe, Eastern Europe, and Russia throughout the rest of the millennium threw out its Jews, engaged in pogroms and, of course, the Holocaust. All of those anti-Jewish actions took place before the state of Israel even existed. So don't tell me this is all about Israel.
Right.
Because it happened before Israel happened.
Great
it's a continuation of the anti-Jewish sentiment. These people protesting at that synagogue in New York, if they could, they would throw out all the Jews from New York City.
Oh, fantastic point. Yeah, good history lesson to keep in mind.
It's the Homeless Left with Matt Weinglass and co-host Jay Scott. Episode 193, Blood on Their Hands.
And all new top censored news of the week.
And here's your host, Matt Weinglass.
All right, here we go. Welcome, everyone, to the Homeless Left. I'm Matt Weinglass, your host today. We got a great show planned for you. This is our non-tribal approach to news show, News Network. We'll be here with you guys all afternoon today on this Thursday. We're back in the swing of things, doing our 2 shows a week. But you guys know very well, those of you who've been watching us, that what we're constantly fighting is against this censorship industrial complex. We are fighting against the war machine, the division, the people that get hyped up, the platforms that get engagement, that get more light shined on them. Those are the ones, the narrative management channels. So it's not just we're going against mainstream media outlets, as you guys know by now. I mean, you're not only watching us because you understand that the same people own all of those companies, CNN, MSNBC, or I guess they're called MS now, apparently, now or later, whatever it is, Fox. It's all the same business class, billionaire class, Epstein class that owns all of them. So does that mean if we're not associated with those, that we're all in a good faith, good acting place together? I don't know. It's not been made very clear. But one thing's been made very clear is that you have to elevate people sometimes and make it seem like it's opposition, but that's what we call controlled opposition. So we always have to be on the lookout for that. But what we're covering today, and you guys understand the capture of the narrative of that we're still the good guys. We're still the guys going around policing the world and dividing us into these 2 different camps, pretending as if that debate is going on these networks. It's all theater. Every cabinet, every administration, both political parties push the same policy, the same agenda every single time. The current administration is just doing it in record time, record speed, doing things at a level that it usually takes a lot longer, 4 to 8 years to get the kind of stuff done that Trump's already done. Obama took probably his entire 8 years to get the horrific, murderous terrorist activity he'd had for 8 years, really, without kind of under the radar the entire time. The drone programs, starting 5 new wars, the surveillance state, all those things. Obama did it under his radar. Trump's doing it out in the open. And that's the only real difference, is that it's so loud, it's so fast. And then, of course, we have to do better at what we do by keeping up with this, because every single day there's new development. Even since we were on Tuesdays, there's been so much more coming out, and we have to keep an eye on all of it. So luckily today we're going to be joined by Jay Scott again a little bit from now. But this is the connecting theme today is they have blood on their hands, and that is across the board. We're not just talking about Trump, Netanyahu. We know the pharma people, Bill Gates. We got a story on Bill Gates we're covering today. We say they all have blood on their hands. So you're either with us, the people, or you're against us, the people. No more political parties. No more left and right, red versus blue, up and down. None of that means anything anymore. It's actually bottom up. That's the real battle. It's an economic war. It's the people versus the power. Now we have to fight AI. Now we have to fight these things as far as the surveillance state apparatus is. It's never been as worse as it is now. But at the same time, we've never had the access to the technology that we have now. So we have to be smart and know how to use that technology for our ability to communicate, our ability to organize, our ability to shine the light on any nefarious activity, which we have to assume the worst every single time we hear a story break. But we have to be able to capitalize on that technology as they're using the same technology against us, whether it is any element of that surveillance state, keeping tabs on us, knocking us off platforms, targeting us, using AI for behavioral predictability methods. So those type of things. And we know we're on these lists, right? We know we're on these lists. You guys are on lists too. I'm not trying to like just because you're not, as loud as we are, perhaps maybe you're doing the thing we're doing, you're doing it in a smaller way, whatever way you're doing it. Don't be fooled to think that if you're just, back off a bit and only do a post here, only have a conversation there, that you're going to just be in the clear. They got all of us on a database. So you might as well just go all in. You're going to say free Palestine, just say it. You're going to say anything against the Epstein class, just say it. In fact, if the louder you are about it, the more likely you'll have more eyes on you. Therefore, when they do something to you, you'll have more people coming to your aid, more people supporting that mission. And I think that's what we all have to just keep in mind, that the louder we are, the power in numbers, which we have the numbers. They don't. They have everything else, but we have the numbers. So there's power in the volume that we can present, the volume of our voices, the collectivity of our voices. That actually gives us more power. And be prepared. That surveillance state ain't going anywhere. It's coming after us. So we got to be prepared. We're going into battle. It's kind of like the 300, Spartan, the whole thing. We're going to take on this army that's impossible to beat, but we're going to do it, fighting. We're not going to do it on our knees. And so I think that's really the message we want to convey to you guys. And the fact that we're not just yelling and screaming, we're actually trying to do something about it. That's what this show's about. And the homeless part, I mean, people talk about that. They say, hey, it's a small group of people on the left that felt they were abandoned and now they're homeless. So what about everyone else? No, this is about everybody that feels abandoned, everybody that feels like they've had enough of the whatever party or whatever club or whatever tribe they were born into, or felt like they didn't think there was another option out there. This is for everybody. And that's the space we're trying to create. Whether you're homeless right, homeless left, homeless up, down, upside down, it doesn't matter. Let's all be homeless together. That's how we're doing it here today, guys. So let me just do a quick check to make sure what we're running on today, because I think we overloaded yesterday, or I guess it was Tuesday's show. We tried, StreamYard had a problem with, we were running too many streams coming out at once. I think we had one up even on LinkedIn. We had Facebook going. Those two are not up right now. I think that might be for the best, but we still have our Twitch going. If you guys go over there at all, it's kind of new for us. We're just going to see how it goes. So we're keeping the Twitch going. We're definitely on Twitter, both on Matt Weinglass and on the Homeless Left. And of course, the channels that we've been able to, particularly Rumble. And if you guys don't know us on Rumble, this is basically our home base, the place that has not removed us, the place that has not red flagged us, at least as we know it. They haven't sent us any emails or cut our feed off, so we can appreciate that part. Of course, we know that the surveillance state is at 100%, 100,000% on Rumble, and they are keeping tabs on us. But hey, at least they don't turn us off. YouTube likes to turn off our channel. YouTube turned off the Homeless Left channel. It doesn't exist anymore. Try typing it in. It doesn't exist. Kind of like how Zionists tell you that Palestine doesn't exist. Same thing. So, but we're here. we do exist, and we are now THL Presents on YouTube. So please help us getting traction. If you find us on YouTube right now, understand that they've been up and down with us. We've had, I think just about a month ago, we had about 100,000 watching. It's been going up and down all around. We don't know how that algorithm is working, but we know that your engagement certainly helps us. Sharing, liking, commenting, super chats, all that stuff, that helps us a whole lot. So, and then this is the X. Yeah, on X, you can find us both on both of these as well. Oh, this is the Twitch. We also got the Homeless Left handle. So if you happen to go on there, that's awesome too. Here's another way you can support us on Locals. You can get there directly from the Rumble homepage, the Homeless Left at Rumble. I think that about covers it for now. Let's go ahead and let me make sure we're queued up for the first segment. And while we're doing that, yeah, we got the Bill Gates story. We're going to be getting into the Apache helicopter story. We call it Apache-Gate. Netanyahu going crazy, psychopath in Lebanon. And we got some HOLLYWOKE for you too, guys. We got some HOLLYWOKE. And Gwyneth Paltrow, this new pro-genocide campaign. This is a good one. This is a nutty one, guys. This is really bizarre. So we're looking forward to getting into that one with you as well. Here we go. We're gonna go ahead and start this first story. We're gonna hold off on top censored news. Let me make sure I'm lined up here. Okay, yeah, we're gonna hold off on a little top censored news a little later. I actually do want to start with the Apache story because this is carried over from Tuesday. So I think we're all queued up on this one. Okay, let's go ahead and get into the Apache-Gate. That's what we're calling it. We're calling it Apache-Gate because there seems to be a lot more to this story than meets the eye, than what we originally saw. And of course, when the story first broke a couple days ago, let's remind people what happened. U.S. Apache helicopter shot down by Iran. Trump says crew was rescued by a sea drone. Okay, so we're skeptical right away, of course. And this is coming from CBS News. This like made-for-TV movie about this amazing rescue. Trump, told us the pilots are fine. None of it really checked out when it first came out. So this was the story. An Apache helicopter, it crashed into the sea on Monday, was shot down by Iran while patrolling over the Strait of Hormuz. Trump said Tuesday, vowing to respond to this attack. And of course, that was the obvious move. Of course, so all this talk of 2 to 3 days, we're getting our deal. No, this was about let's get back to attack mode on behalf of Israel. So the timing is what we look at first. So he goes on to describe there were 2 pilots involved. Both are safe and uninjured, which is kind of miraculous when you get blown up out of the sky that you have these 2 pilots that made it home to their families, apparently. Although we haven't heard from either of them. We haven't heard from either of them yet. We're just going to take his word for it, right? So nevertheless, the U.S. must, of necessity, respond to this attack. And then later Tuesday, and this is when we got the call, right after we actually closed the show. We were actually finishing the show on Tuesday. RT contacted us, and I'll get to that in a second here. But this was put out while we were live on Tuesday. U.S. Central Command said that the U.S. military began launching self-defense strikes. Of course, self-defense strikes, right, on Iran. And this was yesterday, right? Or no, I'm sorry, this was on Tuesday. As a response of downing the Apache. So the mission is a proportional response to unjustified Iranian aggression. And that's directly from the U.S. Central Command. So they're giving the report of their own thing, and we're supposed to trust that. So RT gave us a call, said, can you come on and give your assessment of this? So I did that basically late night after we ended the show Tuesday. I'm going to show you a little clip of that right now to give you guys our initial take on what was happening here. And this is before new information had come out. So we'll piece this together with you guys. This is from Tuesday late night. It would be Wednesday morning in Moscow.
Shot down a U.S. helicopter in the Hormuz. Trump dismissed the downing as no big deal, as both crew members were rescued. Why do you think he tried to downplay it right before ordering a retaliatory attack anyway, especially considering there's still a ceasefire in effect, at least formally?
Well, he has to downplay it in that moment because he was in that exact moment. He was being asked about how close we are to this deal. So he has to say, look, we're right there. We're 2 to 3 days away. That was not a big deal. Those pilots are okay. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, we know what he's up to. It's the exact orders, the commands from Israel of where to strike next. And he's ready to do that. So he's playing both at the same time, what he says on camera and then actually what he commands behind the scenes.
Apache attack helicopters, as far as I know, are not long-range aircraft. What do you think this particular unit was doing so close to Iran? And do you think the shoot-down response perhaps could have been anticipated?
Well, absolutely. It seems as if they used it as a opportunity, right, to say we're going to do a similar attack back. But we know that this attack back is much far worse. We're talking about infrastructure being targeted, civilian water, completely the local residents being cut off from water immediately. This is raising serious concerns, of humanitarian concerns level. So no, the only reason that you would be able to get away with something like this is if you had set yourself up to justify this, what we call a retaliation. And they're saying it's an equal style of retaliation. And at the same time, you have folks like Jesse Waters on Fox News telling us that it might not seem like it, but we're still in a ceasefire. And the audience still believes that. How can that possibly be when we were actively engaging in these strikes back and forth? So that was the initial take. And of course, you know, double checking, cross-checking the actual damage that we caused immediately. Wait, hold on a second. That we're gonna remove that. Here we go. There it is. So right away, the retaliation, the at the same level, right? We're gonna do an equal retaliation. No, that didn't happen. Iran accuses U.S. of deliberately striking vital civilian water infrastructure. So that actually happened, and it was on purpose. This was a calculated war crime. 2 reservoirs that were supplying drinking water to over 20,000 residents. That is what we call a war crime. Here is up close of one of the reservoirs that were hit. Totally destroyed. Look, it's looking a little like the Palisades reservoir, right? The one that we deliberately, Gavin Newsom here in California, deliberately kept dry so everybody would lose their homes and not be able to put out the fires here in LA. So it's another way of intentionally destroying people's lives on purpose, for whatever reason. This is not okay, obviously. So this is the type of thing that makes us think that it might have been a false flag operation, which is a good assessment with what we had there. Here's some of the people that saw it that way. American Apache incident, the pretext Trump needed to continue the war. Of course it was an excuse to keep going and not do a 2 to 3 day deal. It is highly suspicious that the U.S. Apache helicopter was targeted just 1 day after Iran and Israel traded strikes, disrupting a fragile ceasefire. Well, hold on. It wasn't an actual ceasefire. It was just on paper, it was a ceasefire. There was no ceasefire to disrupt. But that idea that Trump was ready for a deal, that's not going to happen now. Larry Johnson said that the Apache going down is a fake news story and is being used for the pretext. So all that was legitimate analysis with what we had then. Since then, Trump has opened his mouth about the thing that you're not supposed to talk about as a sitting U.S. president. You're not supposed to talk about what? About stealing oil. Well, he's going to do that right here.
Inflation to come down between now.
Oh, when the war is over?
Yes.
It's coming down.
I know you can't.
It's going to come down like a rock. And again, we're taking out millions, which I'm just announcing today for the first time. But we've been taking out millions of barrels of oil, millions of barrels. Every night we took out oil. But now I'm going to tell you because they just figured it out. So now that they figured it out, I can tell you. It was very hard for me. I wanted to say it so badly, but I didn't want to ruin it.
You didn't want to ruin it. The surprise, the big announcement, I'm saying it for the first time. We steal oil. It's not a surprise, man. But you're saying specifically in this incident, in this instance, they figured it out. So they figured it out how? How did they figure it out? And why now? Why are you bragging about this now? Because this is the type of thing you didn't need to. You're gonna tell us why? Because of the economy? Is that why? Because of the economy?
It was very hard, but millions of barrels of oil has come out, and that's why it's at $85, $90 a barrel instead of $250. But
so it was hard for you not to reveal that information because of the economy, because the oil price would have skyrocketed if we weren't stealing other people's oil. So you wanted to let people know, oh, I got to let you know we're a bunch of thieves. And that's the only reason oil's not at 200, because we're a bunch of thieves. Well, how did they find out? Well, maybe, just maybe, and I might be going out on a limb here, but first, well, hold on. First, let me put this. This is a good response from Power to the People. It's breaking news that Trump just openly confessed that the U.S. has been stealing millions of barrels of oil from Iran. All U.S. wars are about stealing resources, not just oil, any resource we can get our hands on. And we do that. We steal from other countries to maintain capitalism at home. No way around that, guys. You can argue all day about all the problems with socialism and communism, and capitalism is the greatest, but this is a function of capitalism. Power to the People nails it. And that's that. But the part that is starts to make sense about the Apache helicopter is that the Apache helicopter, its function was to protect the oil that was being taken out of the Strait of Hormuz. That's what it was doing. It was guiding it through. So all this oil that he's talking about was deliberately being protected by the Apache helicopter. So if Iran just found out about it, it's because they were able to take out this helicopter and then understand what its function was in this area. What the hell was it even doing in that area? So is it even not so much about how did they target this thing with they say a drone did this to a vessel that is on a leaps and bounds more costly than a little tiny drone. So all the different things about this that don't really line up, even if you're like 1 in a million chance this can happen. But this was the big giveaway, was the oil. So here we are. Yes, it's a leveraging moment. It's an opportunity to keep the death and destruction going. But it's absolutely something that even though we thought maybe it was a false flag operation, it does look like Iran spilled the beans on the operation that we already knew was going on. So Trump is trying to steer this like it was some big announcement that for whatever reason makes him look good right now, which it doesn't. Of course, this is another response from Iran, which you should expect by now, since they fully control the Strait of Hormuz. It's completely closed for all and any vessels due to criminal American aggressions on Iran. Period. Any passage will be targeted now. Any passage. If you're associated with the U.S.-Israel psychopath Epstein class, people who like to break deals, break ceasefires. You know our history and Israel's history, right? So now here's what we got coming next. An informed military source has disclosed to Fars News Agency new details about a complex Iranian intelligence and operational effort preceding the early Thursday attacks on several U.S. military bases in the region. According to the source, the strikes inflicted Al Jazeera English. Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps says it hit 18 targets at U.S. bases in Kuwait, Bahrain, and Jordan, and will keep striking as long as U.S. attacks continue. Explosions were seen in southern Iran near Tehran. So here is some footage that came out from that. Here we go. Oh, I don't have the footage of the U.S. bases. Oh wait, here it is. Here we go. I'm sorry. This is the footage. We don't have the footage of the bases. This is U.S. Hitting all of the humanitarian spots you're not supposed to be hitting. This is the war crimes the U.S. are doing on Iran. And we're going to continue doing this. This is Trump's new policy. He changes it every few days, but this is how he's talking now. When he makes these call-ins to these mainstream shows, this is the type of stuff he's saying now, talking about that they're finished. And it really doesn't make sense. How can they be finished? How can their military be completely gone if they're able to take down Apache helicopters, right? If they're able to close down the Strait of Hormuz. So here he is now on a phone call on Fox News.
And your phone call with them.
Excuse me. They're finished. But the papers, the media refuses to write it. They're finished. We can walk in there tomorrow. We could take soldiers. I don't want to have boots on the ground, but if I wanted to, we could put a small group of soldiers and take over the whole place.
If we wanted to, we could put some foot soldiers on the ground and take over the whole place. Wow. Wow. Even for anybody who's still holding on to the idea that Trump's playing any sort of chess game here, playing some long game, actually putting a deal together. How is that behavior, that language justified in any way? Is if you think that that's actually happening. I think it's about time, if you're still a Trump supporter out there, it's about time to understand that this isn't somebody trying to do a deal. If he did try to do a deal, it didn't work. So he might pretend he is, but this is somebody just barking like a dog and waiting for his next command from his dog owner, which is Netanyahu. That's what that is. And for a perspective on the previous presidents, and I mentioned this before, I understand, we do tell you guys on the show a lot. We tell you guys that every administration, every president has been basically the same thing. Anyone you vote for, you get John McCain, right? However, this is a funny little cartoon that does give us a little perspective. Okay, class, who's dumb enough to bomb Iran for me? And look, there's only one guy that has raised his hand in the last since this entire millennium, since 2000, right? This is the only one, and that's with the 9/11 stuff. That's with the October 7th, all of the false flags we've lived through. None of them have raised their hand on that except for Trump. So for whatever reason, Netanyahu figured out a way, maybe fourth time's a charm, or you could actually say fifth time's a charm, because the first incarnation of Trump seemed to be a little bit more independent, a little bit more, maybe 15% more independent than he is now. He's 0%. He's 100% captured right now. But he got through the first term, didn't bomb Iran. Okay, so 1 out of 5. Netanyahu, at first you don't succeed, try again, and he finally got it. Fifth time's a charm for Netanyahu. Okay, let's switch gears here. I do have a follow-up story from yesterday. I'm setting up here. Here we go. We're going to do a little follow-up on what's going on in New York right now. Just have to set the segment up here real quick. Yeah, there's this New York seems to be something's a little off over there. So let me just give me 1 second here. And let's see. Here we go. Okay, we're looking good. We're looking good right now, guys. Don't forget to if you haven't done so yet, hit that like, hit that share. If you guys share stuff out, it'd be really cool. And we're gonna do the super chats. We're gonna get to some of yours. I know some of our viewers do preemptive super chats. I know Citizen, you're doing that for us, and I love it. I love it. You guys have comments coming in even before we start the show. So we're going to get to some of that real soon here. Just Just want to clear the StreamYard here so we don't get frozen up. I think we're looking pretty good on not being frozen right now. Okay, here we go. Let's go. Let's do a follow-up. Yesterday, we talked about the Knicks game that happened on Tuesday, or I guess it was Monday night, and they lost. They went crazy. We had Craig Pasta on. Craig Pasta is a huge Knicks fan. But this story, I don't want to talk about the Knicks. I want to talk about what's going on in the streets of New York and why that's important right now. Okay. So if you guys follow basketball, don't follow basketball, either way, it doesn't matter. The point is, New York is hosting the NBA Finals right now, and they lost their first game on Monday, and the first game they've had in the NBA Finals in Madison Square Garden in 27 years, and they lost it, and they went crazy. And we showed you guys the footage on Tuesday of them going out and just attacking fans, attacking Spurs fans, just being completely rambunctious. It was pretty annoying. Then they hosted another game last night and apparently pulled off the biggest comeback in NBA Finals history. Here's just a brief take on it: that Knicks stunned Spurs and complete biggest comeback in NBA Finals history, which was right on the buzzer. And they were down 29 points and they came back. So my first thought, seeing this happen in real time, my first thought was, well, are these fans going to behave and maybe obviously party it up in the streets? Of course, we expect that. But are they going to be violent? Why would they be violent? We've had issues in LA where, Dodger fans, they get a little crazy and they do stupid stuff and they turn over cars and cop cars and they do a lot of vandalism. Well, of course that, the New Yorkers aren't going to let LA beat you in that. So they did that. This is what happened last night. This is them destroying. This is New York. After a win, the fans destroying a taxi cab. And there's, unfortunately, and this is hard to watch, guys, unfortunately, there's a Palestine flag mixed up in this. And it's not a good look, and it's really, really bad. It's really bad. So that's, obviously people that, hate Mandabi and think that it's a commie town and all this, they're going to take this all the way because you see the flag and you're like, oh, here we go. Pushing Islam. And it's not really any of that. I'm not going to go too far and say that was a psyop with the flag. I don't know who's holding that flag. I can't give a background on that person. But this is the type of behavior you're going to get. It gets kind of worse than that. I know that seeing that flag kind of makes us cringe, but it gets worse than that because the fans go and they track down the San Antonio Spurs players at their hotel, and they're waiting for them outside the hotel to do what? Get autographs? No. To be violent. It's really bad. This is the star Wemby. Watch, he's going to be trying to walk into the hotel that he's staying at, and they're going to throw shit at his face. It's unbelievable you behave this way. After winning a game, you're going to attack the other team. It's absolutely insane. And they're yelling and screaming. These are aggressors. There he is right there, and he got hit right when he walked off on that curb. That's the tall dude. That's Wemby. This is just uncalled for. That you could behave this way. You got these guys coming into your town to play a basketball game, and you're gonna go hunt them down at their hotel. Who are these people doing this? Is this fair to highlight this in a city where we're supposed to be championing, people trying to clean it up. And obviously Mandami, we're not like excited about the guy, but at least he's trying to push some of the tax stuff. It's a good thing the guy didn't show up to that big Nazi convention, that Zionist Nazi convention a few weeks ago in these same streets. But I think there's a bigger story going on. What is happening here in the streets in New York? What's really happening? And what type of people are attending these games? Because we found out that and we talked about this on Tuesday, the tickets just to walk in the building, the minimum fee to walk in that building, that Madison Square Garden for this finals is $7,000. That's the minimum. That's your crap seats up at the top. So you have this serious class divide. You have this economic war going on. The people outside are most likely the ones causing the havoc, maybe as a retaliation to what's going on inside. But the people inside, these are the most condescending a-holes. And this is coming from, I'm telling you, somebody who covers very critically, as you know, we cover LA very critically and Hollywood very critically. But these people in New York, they are on another level of assholeness, total assholeness. And we're talking about these regular New York Knicks fans, people that have a disgusting attitude and behavior when it comes to anything that we care about. And I'm talking about none other than Jerry Seinfeld. Jerry Seinfeld leaving Madison Square Garden. Look at what happened.
Oh, Jerry Seinfeld. What up, Seinfeld? What up? Can we get a free Palestine? Can we get a free Palestine? Come on, give us one free Palestine.
It doesn't exist.
Okay, the video continues because you have to see the reaction. The dude just got this soundbite that is insane. He got Jerry Seinfeld to answer the question, can you give us a free Palestine? And Jerry Seinfeld says it doesn't exist. Wow.
You got all that? You got all that? You got all that?
Yeah.
There we go. There we go.
What the fuck is wrong with that dude, bro?
Oh my God, that was a fucking insane clip. Oh my God, that was an insane clip. Holy fuck, that was. He said it doesn't exist.
What's his name in chat?
Seinfeld. Oh, insane clip. Yo, let's lock in, bro. Let's lock. We gotta get everything.
What's your chat? Your man's chat. Your mod.
Who?
Your mod.
Oh, hate them?
Hate them. Yo,
Yeah.
hate them. Better clip that shit right now.
Yeah. It was Jerry Seinfeld and Larry David. Yep, I should have asked Larry David. I should have asked his ass too.
Larry David was there. I didn't see him sitting with Jerry Seinfeld. I don't know if those two are as close as they used to be. I'm not trying to give any cover to Larry David, but he has not behaved like this. Just to be clear, Larry David has not behaved like Jerry Seinfeld. They might be, who knows? I'm not, again, I'm just saying the fact that Jerry Seinfeld couldn't just walk away with his smug face and just let it be. And he had to say they don't exist. What the F? And good thing that this dude getting this viral clip. Well deserved. He got up there and he got him to answer the question, to say the thing we already know what he thinks. That's how Jerry Seinfeld is wired. And that's how New Yorkers in the same place that you're holding literally Nazi conventions. And the Democrats and Republicans all show up. The Chuck Schumers show up for this stuff. Nazi conventions with Israeli flags, celebrating genocide. Jerry Seinfeld's part of that, absolutely. So many other. DJ Khaled was in there. The guy, the Palestinian who won't even mention anything about the genocide. These are the type of people coming out of that building. Just so you know. Here's the fans' reactions on Twitter. This is good. Knicks fans are officially the worst fans in sports now. Beating up fans, jumping them, 10 versus 1, for wearing a Spurs jersey, throwing shit at players, classless and symptomatic of a failing city. As a Knicks fan, this is straight up embarrassing, unacceptable. We just pulled off an insane comeback win, so celebrate that. Don't act like animals throwing shit at players outside their hotel. Wemby didn't even deserve that. No one does. This isn't passion. This is classless. Makes the whole fan base look bad. We got to do better if we want respect. You're far from respect right now, and those are the responses from the earlier havoc that was wreaked not just last night, but on obviously Tuesday as well when they lost the game. So that's what's going on in New York right now. That's what's going on in New York. Okay. Yep. New York fans are bad. They're bad. We're going to stay on this because this series isn't over. If Spurs win on the next game, they're going to go back to New York for one more game, and it's going to get. We're going to keep an eye on this because the problem in New York is it's bigger than a-hole New York Knicks fans. We have a major problem with the entitlement class. Whoever is part of that, whether it's celebrity or a certain chosen ones. There's an absolute problem there, and there's a divide there, and this series is exposing that in real time. So let's see if Spurs can hold them off on the next game to allow a game 6 to even happen. But we'll see. We'll keep an eye on this for you guys. Okay. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna have Jay come in about a half hour. So I think here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do some top censored news. We're gonna do some top censored news right now. Here we go, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and give it a 2-minute, and I'll be right back with some top censored news. So don't go anywhere. Put your comments in. We'll get to those later on Talking Back. And of course, well, if you got to go grab a drink, do that or something. But we'll see you guys here in 2 minutes for top censored news of the week. It's a favorite. This is a good one, guys. This is a good one. So we'll see you in just a bit. Uncanceled Comedy Collective presents top censored news of the week. It's top censored news of the week. We're bringing you the stories the mainstream media just refuses to cover. If they do cover it, they always do it in a very dishonest or sloppy way, and it's always on purpose. All right, coming in at number 3, over 1,000 Israel elite cyber spies have infiltrated in all major U.S. tech firms. What? This don't look good. According to Diligent Dissident, the over 1,000 Israel elite cyber spies have infiltrated in all major U.S. tech firms. Unit 8200 functions as Israel's premier cyber intelligence and espionage unit for the superiority of Israel. Over 1,000 Unit 8200 and Intel have been embedded into foundational U.S. military, commercial, and private sector tech companies. And this is a list of what we know. Microsoft, there's 250 veterans, by far the largest concentration. Wow. Google has dozens, Meta has dozens, NVIDIA has dozens, Intel has dozens, Apple has dozens, and then you have Palo Alto Networks. There's a significant amounts and adjacent startups, of course, in Palo Alto. And then the other ones, which we don't have exactly the numbers, but we know they're totally up in Amazon, Oracle, of course, and Cisco and IBM. Here is a breakdown of this, so you guys can get a little more understanding of what we're up against on all of these tech, with all these tech companies and how we engage on them, understanding they've all been infiltrated.
900 Unit 8200 alumni in U.S. Tech as of mid-2025, out of 1014 total Israeli Intel vets. Microsoft leads with about 250, while Google, Meta, NVIDIA, Intel, and Apple each have dozens in engineering, security, and product roles. Earlier counts, 2022, showed 99 at Google and 1,066 at Microsoft. A few publicly identified examples include Guy Rosen, former Meta CISO, Trust and Safety Integrity. At Google, Gavriel Goidel, Head of Strategy and Operations, Jonathan Cohen, Head of Insights, Ben Bariak, Product Partnerships, plus others like Ori Daniel and Guy Gutherds. Many more at Microsoft in security research, product management, and engineering. These numbers come from people who voluntarily list their service on LinkedIn. Actual totals are higher since many keep it private due to Israeli military secrecy rules. Lots of Unit 8200 alums also found major cybersecurity firms like Palo Alto Networks, CyberArk, and Wiz, acquired by Google for 32 big tech, which then get bought by big tech, folding more talent in. This is real, documented talent flow, not conspiracy.
Not conspiracy. Well, there we go, guys. The infiltration is real, and we have the paper trail to prove it. So, and this is why we covered on Tuesday. This is why the Pentagon has finally acknowledged this and issued the highest alert possible for the spy alert for Israel within our government. There's the spy level is that critical. The Pentagon put that out, and that's official. This is probably part of that, because the infiltration of tech companies is part of the spying apparatus, not just in the government, but within every one of these entities that gives them that full range, that full scope to be able to keep track of everyone and maneuver narratives and do all the things you can do when you control these entities. So that's why. So we're at a point where at least it's being admitted now. It has to. We have to finally start having a conversation about this. Okay, coming in at number 2 on the top censored news of the week, Netanyahu goes full psycho mode on the people of South Lebanon as the Israeli government actively directs ethnic cleansing in the West Bank. So it's the same model as Palestine. They're doing it simultaneously. Let's start with this report. Actually, let's start with what's going on in the West Bank with this story, which kind of hurts. It hits home here because we're talking about this, and you guys knew when this happened last week. It's really tragic that an Israeli soldier opens fire on a car, fatally shooting a baby, and the IDF, of course, says it's investigating itself. The Israeli soldier opened fire at a car, killing a Palestinian baby on Friday. The Palestinian Health Ministry said. The Israeli Defense Forces said they're investigating themselves now. Oh, that's good to know. The Associated Press reported that the bullet struck 7-month-old Sam Fad Abu Hakal in the face when the soldier shot at the car. His parents were also wounded. The Bethlehem University lecturer, Sam's father, told AP that a bullet struck the windshield, then pierced his right hand before hitting his son and wife, who were sitting in the back seat. The grandma was also in the car, said it was horrific to see a 7-month-old baby with a smashed face. What kind of army in the world does this? She said to the AP. And then the IDF did their steering of the event, saying they perceived the vehicle was accelerating toward them. Really? They perceived a vehicle was accelerating? Where have we heard that one before? Oh, that's right. Renee Good. The vehicle was moving towards the ICE agents in Minneapolis. That's right. It was perceived to have. So you got to be on the side of the soldier with the guns, right? Because they thought that person might be running them over. Got it. It's a great that's a great defense. It works very well. But they're still looking into it. Just as ICE and Trump's administration is still looking into the Renee Good killing. They're looking into it, right? So at least give a warning shot. Obviously, duh. We would have reversed and left. Instead, they shot us straight away. Well, obviously, it wasn't an accident, right? Obviously. Well, here's Sky News actually did a good, solid report on this once new footage came into play. So let's hear some of that.
The shooting of a 7-month-old Palestinian baby by an Israeli soldier in the occupied West Bank shocked and appalled many. Now new footage has emerged, shedding more light on how little Sam Abu Hakel was killed. This is the video released by the human rights organization B'Tselem. You can see the family car slowing to a halt in South Hebron. There are 2 Israeli soldiers visible nearby who gesture at the car to stop, which it does. Next, we see Sam's father cradling his mortally wounded baby, trying to stop the bleeding after the car is apparently shot at. His wife, badly injured, collapses in the street. Sam was taken to hospital but died of his injuries. His father is traumatized.
كان كله حدث آخر شيء يحكوا لك إنه بالخطأ ما في شيء اسمه بالخطأ في شيء اسمه تهور شيء اسمه قتل عمد مبرر.
Saying it's something called premeditated murder. It's a child who cannot do anything. Yeah, it's called premeditated murder. That's exactly what it's called.
His son and wife, she remains in hospital. The Israeli military says the soldiers fired because they perceived a vehicle accelerating towards them. Instead, this video shows the car slowing to a halt. Israel has admitted the victims were civilians and says it will open an investigation. But over the past decade, less than 1% of those investigations have ended in an indictment.
We know that in previous cases, and we're talking about dozens, all Israel is doing about this investigation is using it as a whitewash mechanism to postpone or to cancel any comments from international media or international community. As so far in Israel, there's total impunity for anyone who's harming Palestinian, whether it's a soldier or an Israeli citizen.
Since October the 7th, 2023, Israeli security forces and settlers have killed more than 1,000 Palestinians in the occupied West Bank, nearly 1 in 4 of whom have been children, according to the United Nations.
So let's be clear here. This is the West Bank. This isn't Palestine. This is the West Bank. This is the place that there's no Hamas. We got to get revenge on October 7th. Just to be very clear, this is the West Bank. And then to pretend that this was just some out of control IDF soldier and they're looking into it and they're going to reprimand him. This is the same old BS. We see this over and over. Well, fortunately, we got an actual report about what the government of Israel is doing in the West Bank, like strategically, funding and directing. Here's what's actually happening. Amnesty International drops a massive report confirming the Israeli government is actively funding and directing ethnic cleansing in the West Bank, strategically, on purpose. They're exposing how the state uses soldiers as rogue settlers to systematically erase entire Palestinian villages. So this is well beyond Gaza. Well beyond Gaza. Okay, here is the report. A clip from the report from Amnesty International.
Israeli settler attacks forced 117 Bedouin and herding communities to be partially or fully displaced since early 2023. In contrast, Peace Now says 212 new illegal Israeli settlement outposts were established in the same period. In its report titled Erasing Anything Palestinian, Israel's ethnic cleansing of the West Bank Bedouin and herding communities, Amnesty International provides extensive research showing that the scale and speed of land seizure is unprecedented. It concludes that the Israeli violations committed between early 2023 and late 2025 amount to war crimes and crimes against humanity, specifically unlawful deportation and transfer of a civilian population.
So that's all documented, of course. So meanwhile, what is happening at the same exact time that we're pretending to be in a 2 to 3 days away from a deal, that we're pretending that we have to get revenge on Iran for the Apache helicopter, but everything's moving as planned and Trump's in charge? No, what's happening is the same plan that we saw in Gaza, we're seeing in the West Bank, and we're also seeing it in South Lebanon. Here is Netanyahu telling South Lebanese, telling them they better get with us. You better get with us. You better surrender and join Israel or face total destruction, death and destruction. Same language we use on Iran. This is what Netanyahu is using on Lebanon right now. All happening at the same time. Do whatever he wants and get away with it. Here we go.
Message for you, the people of Lebanon. Israel is not at war with you. We're at war with Hezbollah, that has taken your country hostage, that does Iran's bidding, that uses your territory to launch terrorist attacks against Israel. Do you remember what Lebanon was like before Iran and Hezbollah turned it into a nightmare? Remember the cafes? Remember the culture? Remember the calm?
This is a confession. All of this, all the accusations are confessions. Accusations are confessions. Accusations are confessions. Accusations are confessions. You remember how things were before we came in and did this to you?
All that's gone because Hezbollah and Iran want to drag us into war over and over and over again. You deserve better. Your children deserve better. You know by now that Israel will do whatever it takes to protect our families, our communities. Hezbollah is weaker than ever. Israel is stronger than ever. We've taken out nearly 10,000 Hezbollah terrorists so far. We're systematically clearing out South Lebanon of these fanatics. No matter.
We are systematically killing you. Systematically killing you. So get with it and surrender, or we'll keep killing you until there's nothing left to kill. Kind of like what we did in Gaza. We turned it into a parking lot.
Where they are, we'll find them. You also know we yearn for peace with you, with Lebanon. A peace where our two peoples can invest together, build together, thrive together. The only impediment, the only obstacle to this beautiful vision is Hezbollah. They want war, not peace. They want death, not life. They will sacrifice as many of you as possible to achieve their sick aims.
We will sacrifice as many of you as possible to achieve our sick games. So had to correct him on that one. That's right. Total psychopath. Total psychopath. This is what Lebanon looks like right now. This is not an accidental, oopsie, we got the wrong footage. This is not, oopsie, we accidentally showed you Gaza. This is Lebanon. This is South Lebanon right now. This is we're getting those Hezbollah, right? Just like we got the Hamas. We got Hamas. Now we're getting Hezbollah. We've bombed all those, we've blown up all those pagers in their crotches. Yeah. And then we've mowed down all their infrastructure. We've pissed on all their Jesus statues. We do all the things. See, this is what we do. And then we go and pretend that we're trying to help you and we want to work together. No, this is always the plan. Every one of these babies being murdered in the West Bank, every one of these on purpose, taking people out on purpose. There's nothing about this that anybody in the West should be no longer okay with any of this, justifying any of this. It's 2026. It's 2020 freaking 6 now. How much more proof do you need that we're on the side of the psychopaths? We are the psychopaths. And if you love Trump so much, you can at least acknowledge that he's not even in charge of this. We can't even stop it if we wanted to. That's how bad it is. This psychopath can do whatever he wants. And it's coming here too. This is why our IDF behaves, our ICE people behave the same way as IDF, because we're trained by the same entity, and it's the same logic when we do it here. Everything's on purpose. Everything is every accusation is a confession. That's how it is. Okay. Now let's get to the number one story. Here we go. Coming in at number one, top censored news of the week. 71 children from an Orthodox Jewish school have been rescued from underground tunnels in New York. The official lost and found claim is highly suspicious. Lost and found, huh? Is that what we're going with? Okay. Well, let's get the setup for the story. This is the way the local news is reporting on the sewer problem, because it looks like New York has a little bit of a sewer problem. You thought they were having problems on the surface? They sure are. They also have a little bit of an underground sewer problem.
Street in Brooklyn. Why are people climbing out of this manhole? And what are they doing in the New York City sewer system? 1, 2, 3, 7 altogether can be seen coming out at this busy intersection in the very early morning hours on Friday. Some with shovels in their hands and flashlights. One nearly gets hit by a car.
We need to know who they were, what they were up to.
And it was a similar scene in another neighborhood of Brooklyn on Thursday. According to police, a car dropped the group off at 11 p.m. About 3 hours later, they climbed back out.
During Friday's incident, police say the crew picked up this manhole cover and went down at 1 a.m. They believe they were looking for valuables that people flushed down the drain. It's a dirty business, and it's also a crime.
Underneath New York City, a sprawling underground network of more than 7,500.
I'm sorry. Can we stop? Can we stop before we get to the what? People looking for what? Loose change? You guys got the reference? Loose change? That's their analysis? Is people looking for stuff that people dropped? That's what they're going with on this story. But we're telling you that's a crime. You can't go into manholes and look for loose change under the streets of New York. Loose change under the streets of New York. Loose change. Just if you guys know the reference, You know the reference. That's what you're going with. Okay. Okay.
Underground network of more than 7,500 miles of sewer lines. The Department of Environmental Protection warning it can be extremely dangerous between toxic chemicals and flooding risks. But there were no injuries during these incidents, according to the NYPD.
Why is it a crime to go into a manhole?
It's dangerous. It's the same as jaywalking or walking down the middle of a highway.
So if they choose the wrong one, they could end up in real trouble.
They could be electrocuted. They could be overcome. There's gas lines down there. There's electrical lines down there.
Investigators telling NBC News they looked into similar incidents in the last 2 years, and in those cases, people were scavenging for valuables. Tonight, officials warning whatever is hiding in the city's sewers simply isn't worth the risk.
Whatever is hiding in the sewers. So that's okay. So we're going with loose change and valuables. Got it. Okay. Okay, fine. So then I guess this story then is totally unrelated, right? 71 children from an Orthodox Jewish school have been rescued from underground tunnels connected to a sewer system in New York. The children reportedly got lost. They got lost during a trip after they began exploring what was down there. Emergency crews responded and were able to safely locate and rescue all of the children without injury. Okay, well, let's see what some of this rescue looked like.
Can you give us a word? What's happening?
Some young girls, some kids, they were in the park, they got into the
71, by the way, not some. 71. Some, but he's going with some. Okay.
culvert of the creek, and they started exploring, and then they ended up not really knowing where they were, and they got a little alarmed. As far as I know from the police, I just got here a few minutes ago. As far as I know from the police, everybody's been accounted for. Nobody's missing. They're about to get them all on their buses, take them back home.
Mayor Joe Rand, Nyack, thank you very much.
So that obviously that mayor doesn't want to say anything. Not, I guess the city is Nyack. This is in the Brooklyn area. That what are you talking? I mean, come on. Any of you guys who have kids, their friend group, does any of your kids, do they hang out in a group of 71? Is that normal? They just go mess around, they get lost together. That's a massive group of girls who got lost. But I'm sure it was just an accident, and thank God they were found, right? Everybody's fine. Everyone's being returned. And what are we noticing about this? Well, we know it's a Jewish Orthodox school, so all these good Samaritans who are working closely with the police, they seem to have been able to clean this thing up pretty quickly. They seem to have been able to do this very quickly. Yeah, I don't see anybody. I see we got the police. Here we go. It doesn't seem like any crime has been committed because there's nobody in handcuffs, right? This is just one of those common, friend groups. 71 girls in a nice group of friends. They accidentally got lost. They got found. No crime being committed. Do we care what's in those? Oh, here we go. Here we go. They're all accounted for. We'll take their word for it on that. I guess all 71 are accounted for. Look at that. And this happens, guys. You know this happens. That 71 girls will just sneak off into the woods, into the sewers. Wow. No harm, no foul, right? Oopsie. We're all good. They're going right back with their handlers. They're going right back with their handlers. So no one's going to be arrested here for anything, right? No one's good. Well, let's look at some of the reactions to this, because I do think this is worth these are the questions worth asking. It's okay. They just became inadvertently lost in the sewer tunnels, as can easily happen when 71 children go hiking in a sewer together, as 71 children generally do in 2026. Nothing to see here. Local Jewish community will make sure they're all kept cozy and safe. Let's see. 71 children get lost in a tunnel. They were all exploring together for some mysterious reason. Not 3, not 5, not even just 15. 71 girls. It's bullshit. Absolute bullshit. The NYPD was undoubtedly moving extra quick when they heard it was some of God's chosen children down there. Because if it were anyone else, the story would have been, and think about this, guys. This is chilling. The story might have been, if it wasn't 17 God's chosen girls, it might have been 71 children lost, and we don't know where they're at. And I would add to that, we'll keep looking, but it's not looking good. We're not going to find them. And that's probably what would have happened. We wouldn't have found them. So nothing to see here, guys. Mess is cleaned up, and there you go. And that's that. That's that. You're not going to see any digging. Excuse the pun, but you're not going to see any digging by any news outlets looking at this. Because as far as they're concerned, the only thing going on down there are what? Girls getting lost accidentally and found very quickly, and random men coming in and out of the manholes looking for loose change. That's the end of the story, guys. And that's all you're going to get if you're watching mainstream media. And that's why we have to come here and bring you guys top censored news of the week. All right. Let's move on here, guys. I think we're going to be joined by Jay Scott here in just a moment. Let's do this for now. I'm going to make sure we're all set up for the next, because we got some good stuff here coming up. You know what? We'll do a couple of the super chats right now. Wow, StreamYard is making it very difficult to find these today, but we got it. Okay. We'll do a few of these right now. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Citizen, thanks for this. Only in New York, celebs made the win about themselves. Yeah, only in New York. Regarding the Knicks win. And as you guys saw, that's really bad. All these New York, it feels like it's all connected. This attitude that's happening during this Knicks series, what's going on underground, the Nazi Israeli flag Nazi convention a few weeks ago. It seems like it's all these entitled celebrities like Jerry Seinfeld saying Palestine doesn't exist, literally saying that as he's walking out of the Knicks game, that Palestine doesn't exist. Something's fishy there. This New York thing is it's pretty bad, and that's coming from a Los Angelino. That's coming from me. I'm telling you guys, we know it's bad here. It seems like it's much worse in New York right now. We'll do one more of these. This is a good citizen. I appreciate this one. This is one of the pre-super chats you put in before the show started. And this is a reference to Stu Peters being keen AF. He's moving Americans to pool for Albania. Of course. And he's doing that. He's doing some great work. I think we're owed a little update. We need to do an updated story on Albania as well. But yeah, we do what we can here. And that's exactly how you got to shout this stuff out. And he's certainly affecting a lot of right-wing audience on his channel, and he's giving them the information, and it's definitely getting them riled up. And who knows, maybe we can start getting in the streets for other than a basketball game, right? Wouldn't that be nice if we can get everybody in the street to fight against the Epstein class, fight against the billionaire class that are charging $7,000 to even get into a building? I mean, shouldn't we be challenging these child eaters? Like, shouldn't we be doing that rather than, we got to win this game? and the celebrities, these entitled celebrities that think that they don't have to, F you, I'm rich, F you, I can do what I want. All my box seats, my courtside seats, I can do whatever the F I want. Yeah, and F anybody who's suffering due directly to the terror that we cause and we inflict on the rest of the world. F them. It's coming directly from us, but F them for being hit by our missiles and being blown up by our bombs. F them. Okay. Let's do this. I'm going to check in with Jay here because he should be on right now, but let's go ahead and do a quick break. I do have a video for you guys. Let me put this one up. This is, we'll do a quickie. We'll do a 2-minute. This is a scene from Mexico that is making the round. This is great, guys. This is great. This is Mexico, Guadalajara. In Guadalajara, they are protesting Israel. This is what it looks like when you come out in the streets and you stage a protest against the Zionist psychopath child eaters. This is what's going on in Guadalajara right now, and we will see you guys back here in a couple minutes. Okay, here we go.
Rosy, compañero maestro Alfredo, todos con cuidado, por favor. Vamos a dejar aquí al compañero.
Hoy vamos a quemar a la gran ramera de Medio Oriente, a la ramera israelí. Ni Dios los quiso, son los hijos del diablo, es el pueblo elegido, pero el pueblo elegido del diablo. Maldito Israel.
Palestina vencerá, desde el río hasta el mar. Palestina vencerá. Palestina vencerá. Palestina vencerá. Palestina vencerá.
All right. That was nice to see. That's Guadalajara. That's where Leslie's family is from, and we've spent some time there, and it's nice to see that this is happening in other places, other parts of the world. And as you guys remember, if you guys saw the opening, we played that clip from CNN where they're still going on this storyline of why everybody keeps kicking the Jews out of every country. 109, and they just keep stop. They won't stop. They just keep kicking them out. Clearly, it's anti-Semitism. I mean, that's the best analysis we can give at this point. If every single time they're getting kicked out, it must be because everyone just hates them. We don't know why. Very astute analysis. Very good. And way to keep some historical context. Like, well, thank you. Yeah, way to keep bringing up shit that might affect how we look at things today. Yes, like we love to see historical context. That's good when they do that on CNN sometimes. That's good. They don't even realize it, how good it is that they do that. They give us the story. They give us reason to go, huh, that's weird. 100 let me look at that. 109. Really? What happened? Let me look at that. So that's a oopsie. They're giving it away. Okay. We're ready to move on here. We got some more show for you guys. If you're just joining us now, and you missed anything before, you always go back and watch. The lives are still on. We're going to keep the lives up. We always keep the lives up on Rumble. YouTube's been letting us keep lives up. That's good. We'll keep doing it as long as they let us. But you can't, you don't have time to go through all that, the 4 or 5 hour shows. All you got to do is just wait for the segments to be uploaded. You can share those out, watch the segments on their own, get those out to people, have conversations. We try to cover a wide range of things on this show. So we do consider this a variety show, and we'd like to keep it that way. And with your guys' support and engagement, coming back for more, we can't be grateful enough to those of you who've been with us this whole way. And if you're new, welcome. And we appreciate you. If you're just stumbling on us, we appreciate you being here with us as we work through this space with our critical thinking skills. We're using our critical thinking skills. No more tribalism. We're done with tribalism. This is a non-tribal approach to news, but it's a non-tribal approach to life. With that said, let's go ahead and move on with the show here. I'm going to go ahead and bring back to the show here with us. You know him, you love him. Please welcome back Jay Scott. There he is.
What's going on, Matt? How you doing, man? Happy Thursday.
Good, man. How are you?
I'm good. Just busy over here. Enjoying the NBA Finals. That was a hell of a game last night. I think they said it was the largest comeback in NBA Finals history or something like that. So don't tell any of my fellow Heat fans, but I actually bought a pair of Patrick Ewings because I saw some really nice ones with some Jamaican colors. So I had to get on board a little bit. Just
you should have been watching the
show.
But
it wasn't the Knicks colors; it was Jamaican colors. The yellow and green. So had to do a little bit of repping.
Nothing against Patrick Ewing, so that's cool. Nice little retro there for you there. But if you were watching the show earlier, we were showing you how disgusting the fans are there. Really bad, man. Really bad. New York? Really bad, dude. These guys are awful. They are beating up Spurs players. They're hunting them down 10-on-1. Yes, really bad.
Wow. No, I didn't catch that.
You got to go back and watch.
It's been a really busy day at work. I didn't get a chance to check.
So they were doing that on Tuesday. They're beating the shit out of because they lost they lost Monday night. So Monday night they were beating the crap out of Spurs fans, like going after them like gangster style, and it was bad. It got worse last night, man. I'm telling you, when they won, they're bashing the shit out of taxi cabs. Somebody is I don't know if it's infiltration or whatever, but somebody decided to go up and put a Palestine flag on top of the taxi cab that's being bashed to death. They went and hunted down the Spurs at their hotel and waited for Wemby to walk, threw some shit at his head. They're all booing and taunting the Spurs players at their hotel when they're just trying to get home and get some sleep, get back on. Yeah, all this happened, man.
It's a game, man. It's a damn game. People take this shit way too seriously, man. So don't get me wrong. I've heard the same thing happen, with a lot of football games. Soccer fans, they do get, like pretty heated too. But to track, the players down to the hotel, that's like extra, especially when they won. And at the end of the day, Wemby will be a great player. Like the Spurs have one of the youngest teams right now. And, this is part of that growing phase. You got to, learn how to handle pressure properly. So he's going to be a great player one day. So whoever took the time out to go do all that on a night when they won, he's going to regret that one day. So that makes no sense.
Yeah. Well, there's a problem we know there's a problem not just on top of the New York streets, underneath in the manhole, under the manholes and the sewers. We know they love to have Nazi parades there with bringing all the Dems and Republicans together. The thing they can unite together on, the Schumers, and they can all get together and have Israel flag Nazi days. So,
well,
so
did you
all
cover? Did you cover? They got 70 Jewish kids who got
that
lost
was
in the tunnels
so
under there too.
that was
Like,
our top censored news today, man. I'm telling you, I'm catching you up. That was #1 story. We just did it, and this might have slipped through the cracks during the New York one, but we put this up too. I'm gonna just show you can see this, because I if anyone's joining us late and you didn't see this one, this is probably the most disgusting clip that came out of last night's Madison Square Garden. And I mean by disgusting clip, from a disgusting person walking out of Madison Square Garden. Here's what he had to say. You know him, you love him. It's Jerry Seinfeld. Check this out.
Oh, Jerry Seinfeld.
What up, Seinfeld? What up? Can we get a free Palestine? Can we get a free Palestine? Come on, give us one free Palestine.
It doesn't exist.
He's stunned. This is crazy, man. It doesn't exist. Your Knicks just came back from the largest comeback in NBA Finals history, 29 points. And you can't even just take your smug face and walk away. You have to say, it doesn't exist. You son of a bitch. This is what we're talking about. And by the way, it costs $7,000 just to get into that building. That's a minimum. Shit tickets. So there's something wrong in New York, and we're gonna stay on this story, man. I talked to Craig about it after they lost on the Monday game, and he's a major Knicks fan. So it was we're talking about this stuff, and I'm just saying, look, I'm not biased one way or the other. I didn't actually, going into this series, I didn't have really an opinion on the Knicks, to be honest. Now, and it's not really about the basketball, it's about what's going on around it. And it's just disgusting, man.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't hold that against the players. Like, I agree with you, but that's like, the fans who were doing that. I don't think like the Knicks players themselves, were encouraging that, and they can't control like, what their fans do. That would be like, me, blaming like, Trump supporters for everything, or sorry, the other way around. I guess it would be, me blaming Trump for what one of his crazy supporters got out there and do. So, but yeah, I get it. So, one last thing I did want to say though, on that Jews getting kicked out of 110 countries things that people keep talking about, that's such a weird stat to throw out, right? Yeah. Because like there's religious wars that happen all the time, and like Christians fight other Christian sects all the time, and Catholics have been kicked out of a bunch of places too when there's Protestants, and it's the same thing with Muslims. You have so a lot of people get kicked out, like of different countries. So it's just such a weird stat that people come back to, over and over again for Jews. But like I will say though, the fact that they throw it out there as if that's supposed to make you feel sorry for them, with everything that's going on, is a little bit strange right now. So it's
strange. All right, moving on. Let's get started on the story I wanted to start with you on, because we've been covering this guy the whole way. This guy is the connector. We're talking about Bill Gates, and apparently he had, and this is how they're reporting it, that Bill Gates voluntarily I love this. So so Bill Gates voluntarily goes in for testimony about Epstein. And of course, this is all done behind closed doors. This was the arrangement. So here's the initial report, and this was yesterday. So initial report of him arriving to Congress. Here we go.
Looking at some footage, yes, that's Bill Gates. He is just arriving on Capitol Hill. The billionaire Microsoft founder is set to answer questions about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein in a closed hearing with the House Oversight Committee. That is the committee that is chaired by James Comer, the Republican from Kentucky. He is the one who requested this interview. This is a closed-door session. Testimony is expected to be released in the coming days about what he says here. It's similar to investigation or to testimony that they've taken recently from former Attorney General Pam Bondi and Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick about these very same issues. Gates's position has been, at least through a spokesperson, that he regrets his association with Epstein, that he never witnessed or participated in any illegal conduct, and that in his words, he welcomes the opportunity to appear before the committee.
Why is he smiling? Dude, this guy's smiling like a Jerry Seinfeld smugness. Like, I'm untouchable, man. I'm untouchable. This is now, that was how the news covered it. Shadow of Ezra puts this out. Bill Gates is told to stop. So during that walk, this is what I'm going to play the clip without the newscaster. Bill Gates is told to stop being a baby flesh eater as he exits his closed-door testimony about Jeffrey Epstein's child trafficking network. Gates will not face any criminal charges, nor will the government properly investigate him. Good call on that one, Shadow of Ezra. We can second that one. Here is the raw footage.
Stop being a baby flesh eater. Mr. Gates, what was this toughest question you faced?
Yeah, stop being a baby flesh eater. And that obviously doesn't come out of nowhere. We know what his history actually is, and we also know. And before we get into this, Jay, I'm gonna play this clip. This is the type of stuff so you guys understand. There's a method to how the mainstream reports on this. They talk about Gates regretting. Right, you heard the word regret. He regrets what he did. His marriage fell apart. He was worried about STDs and he was cheating on his wife. I mean, this is the extent of the thing they're showing us is what is being covered up to make us think that that's
really quick, right before you play that, the man literally drugged his wife. Like, he got antibiotics to give to his wife because he had an STD and he wanted to make sure she didn't get an STD. Like, isn't that illegal? I'm pretty sure you could be arrested for unknowingly drugging someone. But anyway, go ahead, play the clip. Sorry.
Yeah, but this is the idea of painting Bill Gates as somebody who made mistakes in his marriage. That I think that's the key, and they all align with that garbage without any reference to what we just saw being released in the Epstein files, which is, I know we only got half of them. We only got 3 million of the 6 million, but in those 3 million, we're seeing exactly what he was up to, way beyond. And again, you should go to jail for drugging your wife, but way beyond that. We're talking about pandemic preparation teams. We're talking about can we figure out how to get a Neanderthal gene in play here? Can we all of this colluding with Epstein, bringing in the child sex trafficking, but all of the experimentation, all that's in there too. We experiment on these kids. We're trying to clone them. There's no talk of any of that. That's the real stuff right there. Mm-hmm. The real despicable. Yeah, you drugged your wife. That's horrible. And you cheated on her. Ooh, you better repent for that. This is the big one that came out of court, or that one of the records, and I don't know what time this was reported, before or after because it doesn't seem like we're getting exactly what happened in that room at all. But this is the type of language they put out to make you think, ooh, this is the good stuff.
Tears in his eyes as he asked Epstein to delete messages referencing an STD and explicit personal details about his penis.
Oh, that poor billionaire with his penis problems. Oh, now we understand why he looks so uncomfortable and why people are harassing him, and why are you guys calling him a child eater? Come on, dude. He messed up. He cheated on his wife. He might have drugged her accidentally. Now he has to hear all this stuff said about his penis, and it's just, I feel bad for the guy. I mean, I feel bad for this billionaire, right? That's the idea.
It's so weird. Like, why would you talk to Epstein of all people, like, about your STDs? Like, isn't that a conversation that you have with your doctor? Like, yo, what is this guy? He's their doctor, their accountant, their I guess they're like pedo provider and all this shit too. Like he's a one-stop shop for these billionaires. Like, come on, man. Like the whole thing, like, is so outrageous.
Yeah. Well, the other part of this is it's not just what's in the Epstein files. It's not just this thing in the past that is over with. It ran its course. He's doing good work now. It's still this ongoing lifestyle of the billionaire class, right? And what they can get away with. And what is Bill Gates? How far can he go? How far can he push the mRNA? How much money did he make off that? He made $500 billion off of investing. And that's also in the Epstein files, right? We're talking about, I want to get Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation involved. We're going to get that. We're going to capture this technology. I'm going to go around all the networks, tell everybody to get this jab. And then I'm going to cash out. And then it's only after I cash out my $500 billion, then I'll tell everyone, I might have acted, COVID might have been a flu. It might have had remnants of elements of a flu. And it did only seem to affect the elderly and the morbidly obese. And that's the kind of stuff. So anyways, so he's still doing these things. We got to remind people right now in real time, this is what Bill Gates is up to. Funding the release of billions of bacteria-infected mosquitoes across 15 countries via the World Mosquito Program. The guy doesn't quit, man. He just keeps going. Gates has also given millions to Oxekik to make GMO mosquitoes. They use African villages as test sites, then released millions of GMO mosquitoes in Florida in 2021. And now the release of these mosquitoes specifically in our country are going to be happening in Florida again and in California. So this is and the ticks. That's right. He also has the ticks investment. That's the other part of it. So his obsession with vaccines, his obsession with insects and spreading diseases with people for more vaccines. It's pretty sick and twisted stuff, man.
Yeah, I mean, like, I guess he does it because he cares so much, like, about the everyday person here in America, and he just wants to see us all in good health. Like, I guess that's why he's doing it. Nothing to do, with money or control, nothing like that. So, yeah. But
so go ahead.
No, I was gonna say it's just so weird that no one has, no one in politics is brave enough to question why this man is investing in all this stuff. You see a few Republicans here and there mention it, but they don't really push it. They don't push the issue at all. And of course, the Democrats all take money from him. So, at one point, even though liberals were supposed to be the anti-big pharma folks at one point in time, now for some reason they're all team Bill Gates. So
yeah, they're all team Bill Gates, both sides. Trump just had him over at the White House a couple months ago, just chilling, having dinner, sitting right next to that's where Netanyahu sat last night. Now you're sitting right next. It's like, it's the same. It's insane. And this is not Democrat, Republican. This is this guy and the capturing of the media. This is what Bill Gates is very good at, the capturing of the WHO. He's the largest investor ever in the WHO, right? Of
that's
individual.
True.
Yeah.
And you know what I just thought of? Trump's supposed to be draining the swamp, but what is there a lot of in the swamp? Mosquitoes. It seems like, him and Bill Gates are expanding the swamp right now, if you ask me. Like, they're trying to put the whole of California and Florida into the swamp right now.
And that's the ticks. So it's two different things. He's got the mosquito testing, the mosquitoes and the ticks. So we kind of group those together, but these are two separate issues. I guess the release of the mosquitoes happened in Florida in 2021. Now we have the ticks being released. This is happening in Florida, mostly the northern Florida, and then you have California as well. So we have to be very careful about the tick problem happening as well. This is a video somebody made. This is going viral right now. This is, if you guys want to. And it's kind of tongue-in-cheek, but not really. It's kind of on the border of tongue-in-cheek, but not really. Things we can do to fight back against these ticks, which I guess at this point are indestructible, unless you do what this guy did.
Look at that. This is a tick, and what he doesn't know is he now is in the United States of America, and there's only one way we deal with invaders in the United States of America. Step one, we're gonna grab some tape. Okay, this is not unique to invaders, but for ticks, you're gonna want some tape. Locate this little guy and press firmly. What we've got now is a nicely stuck tick. Now that we have our tick and our tape, you're gonna want to find yourself a hollow point projectile. This is some Velocitus solid copper projectiles, and you're just gonna take that tick and shove him straight inside. Remember, this is not animal cruelty because these are vectors for disease. Now we have our little tick bullet. Into the magazine he goes. Into the Chris vector goes our magazine, and into the chamber goes the bullet. Now I am too nervous to yeet this thing off into the berm, so let's plug him straight into the dirt here, and that 1,000 feet per second should flatten him out pretty good. 3, 2, 1. Now if
I mean, look,
that's
this is
Florida. That's
Yeah.
Florida. That's Florida.
That is Florida. So to be clear on the ticks that he's investing in, they're genetically modified. That's why the whole thing about them being indestructible, which is I kind of over the top, but they are genetically modified, and the whole point was to deploy them on American people so that it'll cause allergies, so we are then become allergic to meat and dairy. That was the whole point. That's what the whole point is let's get these released, get them to suck and bite on American citizens, and then because they've been modified, however, with this experimental shit, whatever he's doing to them, it's gonna create allergies in us to not have to not eat.
I've heard about the alpha gal syndrome thing. To be honest with you, I didn't even catch that Bill Gates was directly investing in that technology, but it doesn't surprise me at all because he's been going on a lot of rants talking about how people eat too much meat and it's bad for the environment, and he's one of the biggest proponents of the climate change situation. So it doesn't surprise me like that he is investing in it. I can say that for sure. But one thing I'll say, like, I haven't ate meat since 2018. I'm a vegetarian personally, and I don't have anything against people who do if that's what they choose to do. But if you try to bioengineer your way out of this and do biological warfare on people to stop them from eating meat, what you're going to do is make them double down on eating more meat, and you're going to make them think that this is what they're supposed to do because you're trying to take it away. Like what happened during Prohibition? People drank a lot more. Like, so like if this is the way they're going to go about it, like it's going to have the opposite effect. It's going to make people double down and eat more. If you want people to stop eating meat, then all you got to do, in my opinion, is introduce people to more vegetarian food, give them more vegetarian options, and then they'll make the switch if they want to. But you can't force people to do it like this. And talk about animal cruelty, you can debate the environmental, impacts and all that too, but biological warfare is not the way to go about this issue if it's something you really care about.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we'll keep an eye on this. If anything comes out about the hearings themselves, what they will allow us to hear, what we'll never hear. But this is him just going through those motions again. These billionaires saying, I can't wait to cooperate. I will volunteer to be there. Whatever you need from me, just like Hillary Clinton did, right? And Bill Clinton, just like all these other ones. It's going to be that same thing. But the protection is there from the media, right? The protection is there. They're going to continue to steer it and make us look like we're crazy, to be like, what were you actually doing on that? Oh, you never went to the island. Okay. But what was all the stuff the experiments you were actually doing on those children that are all gone, that have all been tortured, raped, murdered, eaten? None of that's going to come out. And that's the point. None of that.
Well, there's been a few developments actually with the Epstein situation. I don't even remember if I sent this to you or not, but also apparently there's now a bigger cover-up being exposed about what happened with Zorro Ranch. It's actually the same place that the guy who's donated to Thomas Massey, was tied to. But that guy apparently has deep ties with Trump too. And there's been more questions about why there wasn't a deeper investigation, into that specifically. So, and I did see a screenshot. I think I sent that to you. I don't know if you have it, but I sent it in WhatsApp. But they're seeing some more details about, what could have happened at Trump's golf course. And long story short, there's an FBI file that was released with a victim alleging that, Trump, like was part, of these, child rape parties or whatever at his golf course, and even had a body buried on the 19th hole or something like that. And Trump knew about it. So this is all stuff that's coming out in the FBI files. So it's a lot of stuff happening right now. It's a lot to keep up with.
The team that was supposed to investigate the Epstein files is the team that was brought in to help clear Trump of his involvement and protect anybody else that they were there to protect. And then the Dan Bonginos and the Kash Patels and even the Pam Bondis. I mean, these are people who they did the job they were supposed to do, and now they're done with. At least Bongino. Now he's back on his podcast saying there was nothing to see here. F you if you think that any of them are in on it. By the way, this is not just about Trump. It's clear that if it was only Trump, right, then you'd have these 4 years with Biden's team that would have gone completely after him. Why not? Like we know why, because they're all in on it. That's the point. But
exactly.
The Drain the Swamp guy, he went out of his way to cover all this up. But there's more about that coming out every day. They're all guilty, man. They're all guilty.
Exactly.
And I did find this. Let me just throw this one just to tag this on at the end, because I think this is one. This was the rant. This was the Zorro Ranch. This guy, right?
Yeah.
I think he's New Mexico Attorney General Hector Balderas. He was told to stand down from investigating
exactly
the Zorro Ranch, right?
Yep. Yep. And I forget the name of the owner, but I remember we did a segment on it before. Remember I had told you about the Diligent Denizen space, where he spoke about his experience trying to speak to Thomas Massey about it. And he was essentially told he was barking up the wrong tree. Well, the same guy is deeply connected to Trump, the whole Epstein circle, and all that too. So, it seems like there was a systemic effort to shut down whatever was happening over there. And from what I don't remember all the details, but some of the, apparently some of the cloning attempts or the DNA splicing stuff that they were attempting, was happening, at that ranch. So they're saying that there could be, bodies, all over there. And of course, I think they've now done construction over everything. So whatever was there before, they've already gotten rid of that evidence a long time ago. So they've done their best to cover the tracks there. So,
all right. Well, let's move on to the AI story. This is there's a couple parts to this, but let's go ahead and play in our new favorite opening for this segment. We call it artificial insanity. All right, here we go.
Intelligence is a utility, and people buy it from us.
And these are kind of Jesus level things,
Palantir is here to scare enemies and on occasion kill them.
Oh yeah, it is genius. This is Jesus level stuff we're doing here, Jay. It's definitely something people are going to have to pay for. We're going to give them everything they need, and we're going to tell you. We're going to tell you the cost of information from here on out, and then we'll kill you if we feel like it. But that's only sometimes. Only sometimes we'll kill you. So not a big deal. We're progressing here as a society. Technology is helping all of us. Let's start with this, because this is kind of insane when we talk about artificial insanity. New study. We're talking about a model collapse. And this was put to test. They're calling it the curse of recursion. The training on generated data actually makes models forget. And this is a process that can happen very quickly. So let's talk this through here. Very, very unnerving stuff here. So you might have noticed it, that ChatGPT feels dumber than it used to. Your prompts that worked 6 months ago produce worse results now. The writing sounds flatter. Fatter. I think this is flatter. The writing sounds flatter. The ideas sound safer. The internet itself feels like it is shrinking. Every article reads the same. Every email sounds the same. Every answer sounds like it was written by the same voice. You thought it was you, It is not you. Researchers at Oxford and Cambridge have now published a paper in Nature proving what is happening. They call it model collapse. And we're going to break this down. Here is the mechanism in one sentence. AI trained on AI generated data gets dumber every generation until it forgets what real human data looked like. The internet is filling with AI generated content, blog posts, articles, reviews, comments, social media. AI companies, they scrape the internet to train the next generation of models, which means the next generation of AI is being trained on the output of the current generation, and so on, right? So each cycle loses information, not randomly. It loses the rarest, the most unusual, the most creative parts first. The researchers call this the tails of distribution and the weird ideas. Okay, so those are the most important that make us human. The weird ideas, the unexpected perspectives, the things that made the internet feel human, those are gone. Those disappear first. What remains is the average, the safe, the expected, the bland. Then the next generation trains on that and loses more. And the next generation trains on that and loses more. The researchers prove this is not a slow decline. Major degradation happens within just a few iterations, even when some of the original human data is preserved. They tested it on large language models, on image generators, on statistical models. The pattern was the same every time. The output converges towards a narrow, flattened version of reality that looks nothing like the original data. The lead researcher put it plainly: large language models are like fire, a useful tool, but one that pollutes the environment. The pollution is invisible. You can't see which sentence on the internet was written by a human and which was written by AI. But guess what? Neither can the AI. And that is about to train on it. And once the tails are gone, they do not come back. The damage, and Jay, you know this, you guys know, covering this on the show, this type of damage is irreversible. This is not a prediction anymore. It's a diagnosis. The internet you grew up on was built by humans writing things no algorithm would have written. Strange, personal, imperfect, alive. That internet is being diluted one generation of AI at a time. And the models trained on what remains are learning a smaller and smaller version of the world. Model collapse is not a technical problem. It's a cultural one. The thing that made the internet worth reading is the thing that disappears first. Man.
Essentially, there's no more personality. You know, the personality gets erased and it's all robotic, monotone, and as the guy said, you know, in his description, safe ideas, you know, non-controversial ideas. It reverts back to the average. So, you know, it's a quick spiral downhill. And of course, you know, we speak about this every time we mention AI. The worst part is the brain rot that happens. So, you know, if you used to write your own articles, you know, when you had to cover a topic and now you just punch in a few bullet points and let AI cover it for you, you lose the ability like over time to write consistent articles. So people are losing their abilities. They're deferring to the AI. So once people realize everything is bland and boring, it's now harder to get back because they've become so dependent on the AI. So, you know, it is a very tough cycle to break. You know, me personally, I never use AI on anything that I post, you know, online or anywhere. You know, I'm not going to say that, you know, as I'm writing emails and work, sometimes I can be a little bit passionate. If I ever want to make sure my tone is a little bit polite, I'm not going to say I've never consulted AI to make sure my email is as polite as it could be, but it's always my own words. And, you know, unfortunately, a lot of people are lazy and they may not use it like that. So, you know, we have to be very careful, you know, about how we use AI. It doesn't mean it can't be used sometimes. It doesn't mean it's not useful, but the over dependence on it is what's driving this phenomenon. And It's really scary because of the impact it has on news. Like, for example, even the Freemason story, like we covered last time, right? I got I summarized some of the information that I already knew using AI. AI will tell you all this information about all the things Freemasons have been tied to, all the things that are controversial about Mormonism. And then you ask it, well, do you think do you think Freemasons could be behind some of the problems in the world? No, no, no. That's a conspiracy theory. So it knows the information if you know how to ask it the questions, but it always frames it in a particular way. And like we saw from the Zionists, the last time, when we covered this, like they're going to program it to frame things however they want. So the more we lose the ability to process things and write things ourselves, the less we'll be able to actually figure things out. So brain rot is what's really scary about this situation, in my opinion.
Yeah, and maybe the brain rot, maybe that's part of the thing that they're okay with that we have the brain rot. That's the whole point, and it's easier to get. Yep. It's easier to get this programming to happen and get people because we're just I was talking to Leslie about this the other day. Like when we see these young kids, I don't know if you guys seen these young kids out with their families out in the street, like just sitting down. You look at they're all on their phones, right? So this generation that grew up with the screen in their face, they don't know a world without the screen in their face. Mm-hmm. But they're even physically they're changing. Like if you want to talk about evolution, how many generations until all of our backs are curved and our heads, even our spine up to our neck is like this. You're just walking around like this. I mean, that's another. I mean, it's pretty insane, man. Like to see, I'm telling you, these little kids are hunched over. We were waiting for a table at a restaurant. There was this family, and these kids are not just on their phones; they're hunched over. And one of the kids, you could see the back of his head like this.
Wow!
And the mother's sitting there like it's not like it doesn't like it's totally normal. And as long as the kid's behaving and not getting into trouble, then great, you're doing your job as a mom. But their head is upside down. It's crazy, man. It's wild.
And like not to get too off topic, but one of the theories I've heard, if quote unquote aliens do exist, I'm sure everyone's seen the theory of the gray aliens before. Joe Rogan has even mentioned this before. One theory out there is the gray aliens are what we look like, thousands or millions of years into the future, once we've stopped actually doing physical things in the real world and we're just plugged into computers all day, smaller, frailer, like big head, no muscles, because we're not using any of it. But I agree completely. And it's tough because parents nowadays, especially if you work remotely, for example, which there's a lot of now, and you're at home with your kids, sometimes people want to make sure their kids aren't in their faces all day so they can get what they need done. Yeah. So they just give them a screen, and the kid is quiet when he's on the screen. So it's like an easy way out. And I don't want to guilt trip the parents, but at the end of the day, my partner and I have made a decision that we're not getting our daughter a cell phone. We're not getting our daughter a tablet. We're going to get her any book she wants. We're going to get her actual toys. We're going to make sure, that she can get outside. Yes, she will know how to use a computer. There's certain, she'll have to do homework on it and stuff like that, but she's not going to have her own device, because we want to make sure that she does not grow up on the screen. And we understand that it's going to be more difficult like that. I was even, speaking to someone the other day, and they were telling me how, their kid is like 8. Well, yeah, the kid was about the same age as mine, maybe like a month younger. And they were telling me how they just put the screen in front of the kid, all day because they're working from home, and the kid is quiet, and how easy it makes their life. And I know you've heard occasionally in the background that, you might hear a little baby screaming. It's because we're not doing that. Like, we're giving her the toys. Like, and the psychology is so crazy, right? Because if you're not distracted by a screen, it makes your brain more creative. Like, You have to figure out how to entertain yourself. And we don't really understand the damage that, we're doing to this next generation of kids by putting them in front of screens all day. So, it's really sad. And that, what you just mentioned about the kid being hunched over, that's normal in a lot of households in America, unfortunately.
But like the head is like practically upside down. It's crazy, man. I didn't think you could get that hunch. It's like you've already passed the C, the C letter. Now you're going into like you're almost going to become an O, right? You're going right around. It's wild, man. It's wild. But let's look at the number side on this, because we talk about that. This is what their plan is. We talk about the data centers and the amount of power being used and the environmental destruction and basically just the wiping out of every community with this AI functionality. I wonder, Jay, if they anticipated the cost of this. I mean, obviously having the data centers in their best interest, not ours, but the cost of running them and the power and the numbers doesn't seem to be lining up. And this is why I think, and we have this clip, we'll show you guys that it looks like the government itself might be in a position to have to save some of these companies from their own shitty investments, which means the taxpayer, which is what we've been told. We've been told that we're going to be paying for these data centers. Here's I
have a positive twist, but afterwards, I want to tell everyone that I did. I want to tell them what I did earlier today, but go ahead.
Let's do the clip. And I would love a positive take on this, because this is fun. This is Trump basically saying he's about to meet with the top AI executives to discuss giving the public a stake in the AI. And it says that we're very rich. We're very oh my God. Yeah. Well, you'll hear his spin on it. Here we go.
Meeting with tech executives about the government taking stake in AI companies, and what could this partnership look like?
We're having a meeting with them. It's an amazing industry. It's bigger than any industry anyone's ever seen. We are leading China by a lot. And whoever leads that is going to really lead the world to a large extent. That's how big it is. And I'm going to have meetings with the top 12 or 15 executives very shortly.
I feel like he's just making up shit, man. He's just like the top. What's a good number to say?
Top
here?
Guys, the best people. I'm going to meet with all the best guys. Oh, okay.
The tippity top. What would be a good number? 15. That's a good number. 15. We'll go with 15. It's funny. It's hilarious.
And we're talking about giving back something to the public. And if we do that, the public will become very rich, the people in our country, because that's the kind of money we're talking about. And I think they'll do that, and I think it'll make it very popular.
Wasn't it Larry Fink? Who was the guy that told us that it was that the AI investment is going to come right out of our Social Security, right out of investment fund, right out of the public's, like, our money. This is what he's saying, oh, this is a great opportunity. But here's one of the reasons, and I want to hear your good take on this, but here's one of the reasons why it seems like this is another too big to fail moment that we're about to live through. That's what I'm looking at this like it's another too big to fail moment, because look what happens when SoftBank, their attempt to get $6 billion for OpenAI, for this margin loan is stalling, and the reason it's stalling is because why? They tried to borrow $6 billion against its 13% OpenAI stock to keep funding OpenAI. Banks said no, and the reason they said no was they don't actually believe they're worth $852 billion. So this is just one bad investment that's not going to happen. This loan's not going to happen. There's Sam Altman there with his, what's going on here? But I think this is why it might be, to me, it feels like this might be a too big to fail situation here. But what is your positive take on this, Jay?
So first, let me just explain one little part that you didn't get to cover yet, right? Because it's a little bit more financial tricks that are going on behind the scenes that people aren't aware of. So you've heard the concept of investing in a S&P 500 index, right? So when people say they're investing in an index, what that means is that, like, Wall Street has certain companies that that have decided to be the ones who drive the market. And they're supposed to meet certain qualifications before they get included in this index, right? One of the qualifications is you need to be publicly listed for a year, and a few other things. But long story short, having that year in place ensures that if everyone can figure out that the stock has been overvalued and it sells for a bunch of money, then like at the start, and then the price tanks afterwards, it doesn't bring the rest of the market down with it. What they have done, because they're about to do an IPO for SpaceX and Anthropic and ChatGPT, is they have eliminated that requirement that the companies have to be on the public stock market for at least a year before they can be included in these index funds. So that means if you are invested in just a fund that's supposed to track the S&P 500, which that's what most people's 401ks are in, right? You are going to invest in SpaceX, in ChatGPT, and in Anthropic as soon as they go live. So what I did earlier today was I decided, you know what? I haven't even paid a bunch of attention to what my 401k money is in right now. I called up the people who manage my fund. I figured out where my funds are right now, and I took all of my funds like out of the American stock market, and I put it into a combination of US bonds, as well as international markets. So and that is going to include some commodities and all that too. But long story short, I can now rest comfortably knowing that my investment money is not going to be put into these garbage investments that are going to come down. And just so everyone knows, the reason why SoftBank couldn't get that money is because the people they were trying to borrow the money from don't believe that the valuation that is being given to these shares is worth it. So they don't want to give them the money and then they could go invest the money in something else, but then they can't pay it back when they try to seize the shares. So long story short, this is all going to blow up. And now Trump is talking about going beyond even just that. And he wants the government itself to take a stake like in these companies, which means essentially they're going to use our taxpayer dollars to bail out all the big tech investors who went into these funds early. Because remember, Matt, most people forget when you buy shares, you're buying the shares from someone else, from an early investor. So all the people make a bunch of money off this who invested early on, and then the taxpayers and the retirement funds get left holding the bag. So if you're watching this and you don't know where your retirement funds are, as soon as you're done with this conversation, call the people managing your plan and make sure that you are not invested in the S&P 500 index. Not financial advice. Talk to a financial advisor before you make that decision. But I would recommend that you make sure you know where your money is, because there's a lot of unexpected risk that's being built into the market and snuck behind people's eyes, essentially.
I like what you walked us through here. I hope people can clip this and follow your example today. It seems like that was a good move, and it seems like it was the right time to do that right now. So I like that. I hope people can. But you're not, like you said, you're not giving official financial advice. You're just saying this is what you did. That's not what you're doing, but you did. This is what you did, and people are free to follow your lead or not. So, but certainly look into it.
And if you're not paying attention, your money's probably invested in BlackRock because they're the number one, manager of financial funds. And Larry Fink has already said that, he's going to use your retirement funds to go build these data centers. So if you don't want your money to be a part of that, then make the call, put your money where your mouth is, and move your money somewhere else.
Yeah, there it is. Okay. That's artificial insanity. Let's go ahead and get into this is economic fail, but I'll have to say this is I kind of love that this happened. I'm assuming. Well, let's introduce this scene. So this is and you can feel like it feels like the tide is changing when it comes to how the American people are responding to what we can afford versus what we can't afford. And when it comes to topics like universal health care, it seems like more and more this is not a political issue. This is not a partisan issue. You have this rep, Mike Flood, he is getting booed when he tells the crowd, which I'm assuming are more right-wingers than not. He's telling the crowd, we can't afford health care. And I think if you told that to a right-wing crowd, even just 10 years ago, they would not have done what this crowd did. This crowd boos. And I think it's quite a moment, and we should certainly reflect on. But here it is for anyone who missed it.
Working and retired Americans should be entitled to health care. Would you sign on or write up a bill for Medicare for all? We've got Medicare now. We can start rolling back the age 5, 10 years at a time. Would you support that?
We can't afford that.
Yes, you can.
We can only afford to bomb Iran. Like, where are your priorities, Matt? What would you rather have money spent on? Bombing people in the Middle East who have done nothing to you, or helping your fellow Americans? The choice is clear.
I think that the wool's not over our eyes anymore. When we used to be fooled by this, and it used to be a real partisan issue. When you talk about Democrats just want to give everything away for free. Republicans have fiscal responsibility. They know how to tighten down and loosen up tighten up those bootstraps, put another notch on that belt, and just tough it out one more night and keep working. Right? That's not what's happening. What's happening is we're watching our money being used to murder people all over the world. We're watching our money. You want to talk about healthcare? We're watching it go to Israel. Isn't that weird? This whole time, the right has been like, no, lefties, you can't have health care. You got to work for it. But you know that our greatest ally gets it for free. You know that the budget that goes to Israel. I mean, let's just look at this. I think this is important. People are waking up to this. This would have probably been looked at as a conspiracy theory chart just even 3 years ago. But notice how much it's gone up at the very end there. I mean, this is just an exponential, insane amount of wealth that we have just given away. This is U.S. taxpayer money, just giving it to Israel. $352 billion in, and that should be in quotations, aid. That's not what aid. Most of it is for murdering people, but a lot of it is for their own day-to-day healthcare, education. We're talking about housing. A lot of people in Israel don't even work. So that's the thing. So then when we look at other Western countries that don't do that, they don't give money to Israel like that. They don't give nearly as much money to military as we know. We know that we're obviously the worst spenders of military and growing by the trillions. This is you go back to a situation like Denmark, where once in Denmark it used to be a radical lefty idea to talk about free healthcare. Now it seems more the American population in general can look at a tweet like this and really understand this is not a political, it's not a partisan issue. This is we've been played, and they're telling us this. We've been played. It's hilarious when Americans pity my Norwegian tax rate, and yes, we pay more to the state. In return, we get free healthcare, free college, and 49 weeks of fully paid parental leave. Wow.
That's unheard of. If you were to suggest that in America, can you imagine the types of reactions you would get? Like from all people, the people who react the worst to that tend to be conservatives who want Americans to have more babies and to value the family life. But mothers got to go back to work after a month.
Wow. We do not have to, and this one kind of stings. We do not have to crowdfund our cancer treatments. Your low taxes just means you pay private corporations a premium for the privilege of still going broke when you get sick. Our system is an investment in human dignity. Yours is a GoFundMe waiting to happen. The math is really not that complicated. Yeah. That's yeah.
I couldn't have said it any better. And you know, like the truth is, like when you really sit down and think about the fact that medical bankruptcy is unique to America when you're talking about first world countries, and it's also the number one reason why people go bankrupt, it just doesn't make any sense. Like you have to assume that everyone at some point is going to deal with some medical issue, right? So if we consider school something that we publicly fund, then why is it such a radical idea to try to include health insurance as something we publicly fund? And I'm not actually in favor of taking it as far as some other European countries where they only have public hospitals. I think, you know, there is a benefit to having private hospitals and public hospitals. So I'm not saying we have to go all the way and do public everything, but publicly funded health insurance should be a no-brainer because the math just makes sense. You pay less money and you get better results. Everyone's covered and nobody goes broke. Like it just makes sense. And you know, Republicans love talking about fiscal responsibility. It is the fiscally responsible thing to do.
Yeah, and I just want to correct. We were talking about the red state of Nebraska. Stoop Sign just wanted to point this out. Lincoln, Nebraska, is a blue city in a red state, so maybe we did have a little more of the booze. So we should point that out. But I do think overall, and we're talking about how just this. Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
Sorry, real quick. Even Marjorie Taylor Greene, right, who's pitched to us as being a crazy right winger, she hasn't straight up endorsed Medicare for all, but she's implied that she's open to talking about it.
She's open to talking about it because she realized we've been giving money, free education, free healthcare to Israel this whole time. So you can't keep that line of bullshit doesn't work anymore for the right wing. You can't keep saying do it yourself, pay for it yourself, stop. It's slavery. I hear people talk about that here. It's slavery, you know. If you get something for free, you're not free anymore. And when you get free. And it's like that's not look, we're doing it to Israel. And that can't be okay. So you have to relook at your value system. If that's the thing you thought that you hung your laurels on, that the American dream was about everybody pulling themselves up by their bootstraps and capitalism, yay, and we don't give things for free, yet we've been doing it this whole time for the last 70 years. Like, seriously. So that's where Marjorie Taylor Greene can get vocal about it. And then finally, even just say the thing that needed to be said, I'm willing to look at it. Great. Hell yeah, man. Of course, she's not in office anymore, but, you know, but like,
that's part of the reason she's gone. She's no longer playing 100% partisan bullshit. She's actually saying, willing to talk to the other side instead of just labeling them communist and dismissing everything they say. So,
and again, we're over the red and blue shit. We're over it. This is a people versus power, and we've been fooled. And it's a joke. It's a joke that we have to see GoFundMe campaign. I just want to be clear. Everybody has either participated in one, had one happen, hit home with their own family member, or just scrolled down. Everybody has seen this. They've seen people they've recognized and seen people that have been promoting. So everybody's tied to this. So when you see that really does sting. When you see that in other countries that figured this shit out, that they don't have to set up GoFundMes when they get sick. And it's disgusting that that's where we're at. And we have to support when we see that because we know people have gone bankrupt. We know, what is that Jimmy Dore's line? He always said it's 80% of Americans are one healthcare emergency away from bankruptcy. And so all we could do at that point is put up a GoFundMe and hope that people see it and chip in. And that is sad. That is, again, not a political, this is not a party problem. This is a people versus power problem. We all have to be willing, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, willing to look at this. The system we're in is not working. Stop blaming another system that we're not in, right? Stop blaming another system that we're not in for the problems that we have. The problems that we have are because of the system that we're actually in. So, there you go. Let's tag on at the end because you sent me this Elon thing. And I think this is important because we cover Elon when it comes to AI stuff, but we also, when it comes to how he looks at the world, how he looks at the future. And Elon says, yes, we're going to have universal high income, which I don't know how he thinks that's going to happen in our country. I don't know, but he's saying that money will not be an issue for people in the future. That we're going to have, these AI robots are going to be making stuff. We're going to run out of things for humans to do. So therefore, he's saying money will stop being relevant in the future too, which he says will make us all wealthy. That's kind of a conundrum if you ask me, but here's him trying to justify his future predictions, which I don't know if he actually believes this.
The value of money is going to significantly decrease. Will we go post-capitalist?
Yeah, I think money will stop being relevant at some point in the future.
So just as you're becoming
it's probably something like an Ian Banks culture sort of future. And I think the AI down the road will really not use human currency. It will just care about power and mass, wattage and tonnage.
It's kind of ironic then, right? Just as you're becoming a multi-trillionaire, money starts to have less value.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. All this stuff, it's really just trillionaires represents like some percentage ownership in companies that I've built, and it's not like sitting in a bank account. It's just literally I own a percentage of the companies. The companies are doing lots of useful things. The value of the company grows. I own a percentage of the companies, and that's sums up to that number, which seems high.
So I'm sure you're going to be willing to give all that wealth away then, right, Elon, since money doesn't matter, at all. So because you can retain, your ownership in the company, but give away the proceeds from that ownership, right? So I'm sure he'll be willing to do that since money doesn't mean anything. I think not. Yeah.
This is interesting of note here that around to move SpaceX to target list. I wonder if this is playing a role here. Iran is moving to add all Musk-linked assets in the Middle East, including Starlink ground stations and SpaceX infrastructure, to its military target list per FARS. Sites in Israel, Qatar, Jordan, and the UAE, and Oman reportedly under review. SpaceX IPO is tomorrow. This is just a few hours ago. So Wall Street prices are offering hours after Tehran declares the company's network a legitimate military target. Connect this for me, Jay. What is it?
So if you guys remember, the reason this is important is because they're going to add SpaceX to the S&P 500 faster than they've ever done before. They literally changed these rules like a month ago. Like they did it specifically for SpaceX, Anthropic, and ChatGPT. So the issue, the big problem with what's happening is that most people's investment funds and their retirement portfolios are at least 20-30%, and usually more than that, invested in an S&P 500 index. So even if you yourself don't go out there and buy values and buy shares in SpaceX yourself, it's going to affect you because they're going to add it like to the S&P 500 index. So it could really affect, like Americans' wallets in ways that most people simply don't think about. So, and when you combine that with the fact that, I saw a stat the other day, like the AI data centers cost $500 billion to build, right? And then for that $500 billion, you get 20 billion in revenue. So the numbers don't make sense. When you invest in something, Matt, you're supposed to get a return on your investment. That means the money you make from something is supposed to justify the the cost of this product. And the valuations for these AI companies are just insane. So, we're in a place where essentially everyone's going to buy high. And then once everyone figures out that these AI companies are not going to deliver the types of profits that they've been promising, then the price is going to come crashing down, at which point the original investors will have already cashed out. So, and this is without Iran hitting these people. And just so everyone knows, what SpaceX is promising to do is to mine asteroids. Have they ever done this? No. Do we know for sure that they have the ability to do this? No. But that's supposed to be the really big money maker of SpaceX. So even if Iran did not target, like their facilities in the Middle East, there's a good chance that it would come crashing down anyway, even without Iran doing that. But at this point, Iran knows that Elon Musk's Starlink was part of the apparatus that was used to encourage those violent uprisings earlier in the year. I remember we covered that on the show. They had all those protests in Iran. They were sneaking in Starlink terminals and weapons to allow these people to communicate with each other to try to overthrow the government. So Iran is like, you know what? We're going to get you back for that. And we're going to start targeting your facilities that are located in the Middle East. So again, they're justified, in doing what they're doing. It's hard to hate essentially on what they're doing, but for people who aren't paying attention, it's going to have a negative impact, on your portfolio, because we're being screwed in ways that most people aren't paying attention to right now.
Yeah. All right. I think we're going to wrap that one up right now. we have a few more things we got to get to today. So I think we're good here. We're going to give a little. Oh, just for before you go, did you see what's been going on with the World Cup? Because I was gonna plan a segment for it, but it just kicked off today.
I did not see that yet. But why? What did you hear about it?
Well, we certainly, because it's taking place right now. Just like it just opened this morning. It's in New Jersey. We had definitely some security issues with some of the teams we were harassing when they were traveling here. So there's that. I kind of bookmarked.
Oh yeah, I remember that. They treated the referees and the team players who were coming in like terrorists and all that.
Yeah, exactly.
And cabinet coaches and all kind of crap. Yeah, I remember that. So
hey, I found this.
The Iranian team, really quick. They all came wearing pins saying, 168 or something like that. However many school children it was that we killed over there, they stepped off the plane wearing a pin with that number on it.
I just found that we got the opening, the arrival of the Iranian team. Let's see if we can see it. It's a little faded footage that somebody shared here, but let me see if we can see something from this. This is their greet. This is the official greeting of the Iranian team. Here it is.
From the east to the west, the world is calling. Everybody, everywhere, get ready! Put your hands up high, feel it rising in the sky. Louder now! Louder now! 3, 2,
1! This would be a lot more effective if they had a song on, like the what is that? The Bomb Tel Aviv song or something like that.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm just playing. All I could think about was some of those Lego videos because they were using some of the Persian instruments and the beats and some of the rap songs and all that, and they definitely should have had that playing in the background. That would have been funny as hell. So
actually, I do have that. I do have I have a Lego. Let's play this out, man. Do you want to watch this one real quick before you?
Let's do it.
Okay. And then we'll be back. We're gonna be doing some HOLLYWOKE and another We Know What It's Not for You as well, and talking back with you guys too. So we got a lot more show here, but since we're on the World Cup right now, and I just got word that Mexico got the first goal. That's awesome, and I think they won the first match this morning. That was the first one, so that happened. Just trying to stay up on happenings. This is a good one. This is a Lego World Cup. Yeah, this is a where did it go? I got it. Here we go. Yeah, World Cup Lego. Here we go. I'm gonna grab this right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2026 World Cup.
You hear the whistle, they start the game now, trying to blindfold the whole wide globe. Hey, just to hide their shame now. You're on the front line, hear the ultimate call. Stand up to the tyrants and all humanity will fall. الضغوط تزيد نحملها وحقيقتنا نعلنها. إذا سقطنا نكون لن نرضى الظلوم. And blood is pouring. Raise the colors high, let the banners fly. Hey, ya ahrar, Lenin said, this time for Palestine. Gumu gumu, yalla yalla, gumu ya ahrar al-alam. This time for Palestine. Gumu gumu, yalla yalla, gumu ya ahrar al-alam. This time for gumu gumu. Yalla yalla, kumu ya ahrar al-alam. They wanna show, they wanna gain, to wash away the blood and blame. But in the stand, the flags arise. Red, white, green, black in the skies. Turn the cup into a stage. Write the truth upon the page. Every nation, every land, for the broken we will stand. Gumo gumo, gumo gumo, yalla yalla.
You gotta respect them, man. They are fast with these videos. They got one, with every situation. But yeah, man, like they're the only, country in the world that is really standing up, for Palestine. So you got to give them credit for that. And, I even heard that, as part of the peace deal, they are demanding that the Palestinians, do see something out of it too. So it just goes to show you they're literally willing to put their own safety at risk and to, to do something for Palestine. They're the only country in the world that's doing that. So, no matter what you think about, the energy issues that could be coming up, whatever's happening in the world, they are the only ones that are standing up for the biggest crime, the most visible, I would say, crime against humanity happening in the world right now. So
yeah, definitely. All right. Jay Scott, thanks for being with us today. If you want to let everybody know where to find you.
Yeah, so best place to find me is on Twitter, at the Jay Scott. And of course, if you're interested in making a difference and pushing back against the duopoly, I'd encourage everyone to look into the We the People Party and into all independent candidates. But the We the People Party is doing something special by promoting the idea that we come together, based on our common ground instead of focusing on the dividing issues, and decentralizing power so we can bring it as locally as possible, and each community can be in charge of their own destiny as much as possible. So look into it. And yeah, just remember, the numbers are on our side. Americans in general realize that, even for something like publicly funded healthcare, like the majority of the country, even Republicans, the majority of them like do want it now. So if we can all just put the power in the hands of the people, I'm not saying no mistakes will ever be made, but it'll be a hell of a lot better, than what we have going on right now. So appreciate you as always, Matt. Great work. And yeah, I'll catch you soon, man.
Awesome. All right. Take care. All right, guys. We have some more show for you. I'm noticing a lot of great comments coming in. Got some more super chats, and we're gonna get to those in a bit. Let me make sure we're on the right setup here. There we go. I think we're a little off on. Okay, here we go. There, I think that's the right one. That's the right one. Okay. I think we got some HOLLYWOKE to cover for you guys, and it kind of tags on to a previous story because this also involves New York, right? LA, New York. These are the prime capitals of the celebrity theater pieces of winning us over with our films and our TV shows and the manufacturing consent for all of our death and destruction. So it happens on both coasts. So when we say HOLLYWOKE, we mean both coasts sometimes in this case. So I think we're set up here. Let's go ahead and get to this. Yeah, we have a couple things to cover on HOLLYWOKE. So I'll go ahead and play it in, and we'll get right to it. Here we go. Hold on, guys. Sorry, one little tech glitch here. Just got to take care of, and we'll be good to go. Okay. All right, we're good. This week in HOLLYWOKE, oh boy, a brand new ad campaign dropped. This is a good one. Ugh, cringy good. Cringy good. Cringy good. That's right. Gwyneth Paltrow is the new face of a very luxurious living space in Israel. Yes, indeed. Gwyneth Paltrow signed a $10 million contract with the murderers of, and this is just so you keep you guys in perspective here, the murderers of 17,000 children in Gaza. So cha-ching, it looks like if you go with the 17,000, which is probably more because they're starving to death right now, but let's go with the conservative number of 17,000 children murdered by Israel at this point in Gaza. She has profited $588 per murdered child. Good for her. Well, let's check out this ad and then we'll discuss. Here we go.
Oh, not again. Who decided morning should be so early? Even my coffee needs a coffee. Waking up for a morning run can be brutal, but it's a price I'm willing to pay. Because once I hit the park, pure energy takes over. It's hard to explain. There's a reason the world's most iconic buildings are by a park. 51 Park.
New York?
Herzliya. Israel.
51 פארק, שני מגדלי יוקרה בני 51 קומות, צמוד לפארק הרצליה. עכשיו בתנאי השקה, כוכבית 3566.
51 Park, Herzliya, by Aviv Melisron.
Wow. That really took some. I mean, the audacity for her to do something like that. And you guys, were you listening to the script? I guess I don't know who wrote it, but she didn't seem to have any problem with narrating it. That script, brutal. Who came up with brutal? You wake up in the mornings can be brutal. You're saying this literally in an occupied area where you've taken the land and the homes. I mean, how much more brutal can Israel be? And you're going to say your morning is brutal. I mean, there's so many things wrong with this. It's pretty tragic, but we shouldn't be surprised. We shouldn't be surprised that she did this. This is exactly what people like Gwyneth Paltrow do. She's somebody who did everything she could to get in her position of power. And when I say do everything, she went along with the Weinstein stuff the whole way. She knew exactly what she had to do to get there, and she let some other of her co-stars, people that had more courage, she let them get thrown under the bus while she got to elevate her and the likes of Meryl Streep. These are people who played dumb when Weinstein was convicted, acted like they didn't know. So it's pretty sad that you would choose now to do this. Like maybe a couple years ago, you could get more away. But no, there's going to be backlash, and she's certainly getting it. She's certainly getting it. Let's take a look at some of this that was reported by the Daily Beast here. I'm going to find. Okay, here we go. Yeah, Oscar winner called out for starring in dystopian ad. Well, dystopian, I would go much further, but that's a good place to start the conversation. Okay. So fans and critics alike are slamming the Oscar-winning actress for lending her face to the campaign. In the short clip released Wednesday, Paltrow was seen waking up in an opulent bedroom with a skyline view. She rolls out of bed. She makes herself a coffee in of course, a state-of-the-art kitchen. It looks like it came right out of Tony Stark's house. Then heads for a run in the park. Who decided morning should be early? Even my coffee needs a coffee. Oh, hilarious. There's a reason the world's most iconic buildings are by a park. 51 Park. It's not New York. It's Israel. Ho, 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 ho. They left out the brutal line. Mornings can be brutal. Anyways, so this is a structure, the 51-story structure. Why they call it 51 Park? It's a 51-story structure made by Aviv Melizron. The building is located in Herzliya in Israel on the coastal city north end of Tel Aviv. The units reportedly cost up to $10 million. Of course they do. The founder of the Israeli creative agency behind the ad, Zionist psychopath Gabi Attal, announced the collaboration with Paltrow on LinkedIn, writing, "To bring this architectural masterpiece to the Israeli audience, we need a figure who's effortlessly embodies international elegance and total sellout ability," right? Total F you to anybody that Israel has hurt, damaged, destroyed, tortured, raped, starving to death. By the way, currently starving to death. A premium lifestyle and uncompromising quality. Enter Academy Award, Emmy, and Golden Globe winner, Gwyneth Paltrow. Of course, the campaign was filmed in New York. That's the point. You want to make Israel and New York synonymous, right? You got the Jewish population, the Zionists having their little Nazi rallies in New York, giving them free trips over to Israel. You want to make Tel Aviv feel like Israel, feel like New York. So Gwyneth is a perfect face for this campaign. It actually was a very good selection. They did a great job choosing her for this. Now she has drawn some criticism, you think? Across social media for promoting the development. People calling it dystopian. Again, that's a very tame description, dystopian. Calling her evil amid the ongoing conflict. I love this. Daily Beast is saying conflict in Gaza. In September 2025, the United Nations Commission said that Israel is responsible for committing genocide against Palestinians. Yeah, duh. It took 2 years for them to figure it out, and they finally declared that they committed 4 of the 5 genocidal acts. I wonder what was the 5th act they did not commit by the 1948 Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. The exact year they started with the Nakba. How interesting. That's when they came up with that, the prevention and punishment of the crime of genocide. Well, where can someone tell me where the prevention or the punishment is? Because we don't seem to have either. There's no prevention and there is no punishment. So I guess that committee is a complete freaking failure. While children are buried under rubble in Gaza, while Lebanese families flee Israeli airstrikes, while Gazans starve under total blockade, she is fronting an ad campaign for 51 Park. It sounds like a TV show too, right? You could do a whole show. Like we had 30 Rock, you could do 51 Park. The trials and tribulations of the $10 million suite dwellers at 51 Park. Yeah, very relatable conflicts. They go, tune in next week to the next relatable conflict. How do I get any sleep when I'm listening to Palestinians being murdered? It's so hard. I can't get to sleep. That could be an episode of the show called 51 Park, starring Gwyneth Paltrow. How great that would be! Great. I'm gonna pitch it right now. I'm gonna go get on the phone with Paramount Larry Ellison right now and pitch this thing. I think that'd be great. That'd be great. That's what I should do. I think that would actually be a hit. So yeah, and here's just another example of the pushback. Something deeply and unspeakably sinister about this thin, wealthy white woman looking for any possible opportunity to collaborate with a state committing genocide across at least 2 states. I like how we got to give just the minimal, at least 2 states, at least 17,000 children murdered by this state, by Israel, a genocidal apartheid ethno state. And there it is. There she is. Oh, Gwyneth. We love you so. Why don't you stick to your skincare and weird other product stuff? But no, she's gonna do this. Why? Because she's making a killing. She's making the money, and she doesn't give a shit, and she doesn't lose an ounce of sleep from doing this at all. All right, let's get on to the other news going on right here in HOLLYWOKE. Since we're on the topic as well, let's see. Okay. Let me grab this other one. Okay. Here we go. More HOLLYWOKE for you. We'll probably be breaking this one up on 2 different segments. Let's go with this. We have a bill, and I talked about this on Garland Nixon's show yesterday. I'm going to show it to you guys. This is what's happening right here now in Hollywood. There's a bill. It's an act. It's called the No Fakes Act. It's being pushed at the Congress right now, ready to do something about AI. There's a lot of groups involved with pushing this act, including all of the unions here. The actor union SAG. You have all of the other unions on board as well. Plus, you have groups like, you have YouTube getting on board, which is very interesting that we're going to be on the same side on this as YouTube. But here is, let me grab the thing real quick because we put this up on with Garland. Here we go. So there it is. So it's the Action Network, support the No Fakes Act. They're looking to get, I guess this is in real time here. They only need another 1,138 signatures. So you guys should go to this Action Network and do this. I've already signed it, but you guys should go and put this thing in, put your name in here, sign it, because it's about is protecting your likeness. It only takes 2 minutes. So you're helping to protect Americans from deep fakes and AI exploitation. Is this going to solve any overall AI problem? No, it's not. they're still going to infiltrate every one of our devices and networks, anything. They're gonna infiltrate everything with our AI. But with this act, they can't use your likeness, which is important. That's a thing. So you'll be exploited in other ways, but not see your own face pop up on something that you didn't agree to. That's really what this is about. And it protects musicians too. There's a lot of musicians involved with this as well. So unfortunately, and they say it here, unfortunately, more aspects of AI exploitation need to be addressed. Deep fakes can ruin all lives. It doesn't matter if you're a public figure, a high school student being exploited by predators on the internet. Okay. What we're talking about, government agencies exploiting us. I don't think they get into that on this, but they want, Congress to fast track this and get this done. So, and then if you're part of SAG like me, you can do it here. You can do this letter as well, which I still need to do that one. Put my name on that one. Okay, so that's what's going on there with the No Fakes Act, which are fast tracking this month. They're going to get it in. They're going to try and get this passed in the next week or two. Okay, let's see. I have one more for you for HOLLYWOKE. Didn't have this queued up yet. So Hollywood is failing. We can see it. We can smell it a mile away. Even though there's guys like Larry Ellison buying up all the properties, right? Buying up Paramount TV, buying up Warner Brothers. He already owns TikTok. He's got CBS. He's got CNN, MTV, Discovery, all of these. But we did hear this about Larry Ellison as he's merging all these companies. And by the way, he's merging the platforms, Paramount TV, Warner Brothers, all going to be the same thing. That includes all the DC Comics movies, all those properties. They're all going to be the same subscription service. Therefore, all of the contracts of all the deals going down with the film projects, all of the properties coming out of there is all going to be owned by him. And we know that Larry Ellison was, and I say was, the second richest man in the planet, a Zionist psychopath from Israel who made his money off of Israel's spy tech through his company, Oracle, and now he owns all these media properties to control narrative in the West. He's no longer the second richest man. Interesting. Why is that? Well, this is from Forbes. So his net worth has plunged $10 billion. Now he's behind Bezos. Bezos is your Amazon guy, Washington Post guy. He's now fifth richest. Well, what happened? It might be the stocks are starting to tank. So that's good. We're seeing the stocks tank. Even though he's owning all this stuff, he's merging all these properties, he's definitely gone out of pocket. He put cash on the floor to get the WB merger to happen away from Netflix. He stole the deal from Netflix. We call that a hostile takeover. That's what he did. So during that time leading up to that is where he elevated to the second richest man. Now he's falling. It's a very short period of time. So we have to look at the stocks and how that's is this a temporary thing? What's happening next there? But it doesn't look like the money's going in the right direction right now. But the control is. And maybe that's more important to him right now, having the power and the control, not necessarily the money in the bank. Well, there might be one other thing in play here. And I think that this is some actual good news for content creators. Because we talk about content creation, we know what independent film is. Independent film is supposed to be anti-establishment filmmaking. It's supposed to be against studio-funded projects. So when we talk about when we try to promote independent films, and we hope that the studios don't get involved and steer those things, that they stay independent. So that's been a thing for a while. What's happening right now is the independent filmmaker arena is now expanded into including content creation as well, because content creators are actually making films, and they're not just making films just to make the films. They actually have a business model that is very, very successful. And it's so successful that it is outdoing the studio model, like tenfold here right now. So let's look at what we're calling not indie film. It's called Yindie film. And Yindie film is YouTube plus filmmakers. And it becomes Yindie. Here it is. YouTube plus filmmakers equal Yindie. So meet this generation's indie film mavericks who are reinventing the studio model from the channel up and passing Hollywood in the fast lane. And here is some examples right here. So what you have is they gave you 4 films here, or four movie categories. The latest Star Wars, right? The Mandalorian film. Then you have 3 films you might not have heard of. They all come from Yindie filmmakers, independent content creators on YouTube. One's called Obsession. The other one's called Backrooms. And then Iron Lung actually comes from like a gamer creator also on YouTube. So let's look at how they all stack up. The studio is obviously Disney, Lucasfilms. And these are the other studios. Now, on Backrooms, A24 did get involved. And we know A24 is an independent film company that does has been around for a while, supporting independent films. Focus with Obsession, and then Markiplier is the studio. So are these technically big studios like a Disney? Not necessarily. Okay, so the platform, obviously you got your streaming, Disney, and then you have YouTube, you have YouTube Shorts and YouTube Gaming. So all these YouTube platforms where it's making money. They're making some serious money. Let's look at these numbers. I'll try to come in on this. Look at this. So these Disney films budget at $165 million. That's your standard production budget for a franchise film like The Mandalorian, right? Now look at what these other ones are spending. Obsession, $750,000. Backrooms, $10 million. Okay, that's a good amount. Not even close to $165 million. Look at this one, this gamer film called Iron Lung, which only cost $3 million to make. So you got a $750,000, a $3 million, and a $10 million. Let's look at what they did on marketing. Now this is interesting. The gamer film spent $0 on marketing, whereas Disney likes to spend $120 million on marketing, and then those other ones in between. Wow. Now let's get down to the real thing. The real thing is net. We're going to go look at net to date. Net to date. They're in the red. It looks like Mandalorian's in the red. Wow. Why? Because look at how much money they had to spend. Not just on production. If they just spent on production, they would have a little bit left over right now. They're in the red, $217 million. Whereas all 3 of these YouTube filmmakers, Yindie filmmakers, we're calling them Yindie, they're all in the positive. $35 million, $36 million, $22 million. Now let's look at the ROI. Look at that. 646%. So I'm sorry, 646% ROI, return on investment. If you were to invest and be one of the investors in Iron Lung, you would be receiving 646% back. And look what's going on with that Mandalorian film. You would be losing that kind of money. Maybe that's why some of these stocks are falling. Maybe that's why. Who knows? Who knows? But this is a trend that is going to continue. And this is a good thing. I haven't checked these movies out. You know, I haven't even looked at, well, I don't watch Star Wars is just, to me, it's just boring. I know you guys may like it. I don't. I think Star Wars is just absolutely boring. I used to like the Marvel films. I don't anymore. Might check out the Supergirl movie only because apparently in the Superman universe, they have established an analogy country that is supposed to be this horrible place that's kind of like Israel, that is murdering its neighboring country, which seems like it's representing Palestine. I don't know, now that Larry Ellison owns Warner Brothers, I don't know if he's going to wipe that out. We're going to see. If he wipes that storyline off the grid like it never happened, I'm going to be pretty disappointed. But I don't, look, the point is these blockbuster movies are, they're no longer, this studio model is no longer working. It's no longer working. So YouTube's doing it right, at least allowing these platforms for these people to grow organically and not even have to spend it. In that one case, not even having to spend any money at all on marketing. Zero. What? Wow. What a concept. $0 of marketing. And you're able to make that kind of cash on a film. Are these films good? That's a different question. We'll have to look at that. I'll have to see if they're any good. But people are watching. They have an audience that has been built, however it's been built, organically. But the studios are outside looking in, and they're saying, what the hell are we going to do? You try to buy up all these properties. Your stocks are falling. You're no longer the second richest dude in the world, man. And now you're down to fifth. It might be correlated. So, again, good news, bad news going on here in HOLLYWOKE. But we'll keep you posted. And that's why we give you this. It's a critical look at this town. We're not for it or against it. We're just calling it how it is. And that's it. That's it for this week in HOLLYWOKE. Okay. We're going to do a quick 2-minute, and we're going to be back with some talking back with you guys. I'll be responding to your question, your comments and your engagements throughout the show. And then we'll have a final. We're not doing a loudest voice this week. I just didn't find anything worthy enough. We'll probably have one next week, but we are going to end with one more segment for you. It's very important. It's another, we know what it's not. And it's a very important segment that we have left over from Tuesday. So for now, get those super chats, Rumble rants. We'll try to get to as many of you guys as we possibly can. Talking Back's coming to you in about 2 minutes. I'm going to set everything up, and we'll see you guys back here for Talking Back. Okay, here we go. We'll see. Actually, let me cue this up right. Hold on. All right, here we go. We'll play this. This is an old clip, but we'll play this. We'll see you guys. We'll see back here, guys, in 3 minutes. Talking Back. This is the Homeless Left, your non-tribal approach to news.
Check this shit out.
Every system can be hacked. Our airplanes, our hospitals, our cars, our banks. Actually, the most important word here is our data banks. With the click of a button, you can bring down nations to their knees very rapidly, if you so desire, and if you're willing to take the risks. And the possibilities of sabotage and worse are all there. I set the goal for Israel of becoming one of the top 5 cybersecurity powers in the world. It's a goal we have met.
Talking back today with Matt, we're looking at a whole range of nefarious activity going on the global stage, on the home front. We're calling this episode Blood on Their Hands, and this includes all the warmongers, all the psychopaths, all the billionaire class, all the Epstein class, the pedophile class, the child-eating class, all of them, the pharma pushers, the people who've captured all of our mainstream media, all of our ability to communicate, the people that are taking control of our legislation to make it a crime to push back, a crime to call out this shit coming after us, targeting us, as the AI tech gets harder and harder to challenge, because we're seeing the AI data centers popping up everywhere, and we're seeing the legislation going through. We're seeing the Pentagon declaring a spy threat. That Israel is now a spy threat within our government, and we know that. We know that they've been a spy threat in every situation imaginable. When we talk about these corporations being infiltrated, these tech companies being infiltrated. So we also looked at the Apache story, the Apache helicopter story, call it Apache-Gate. And we had those 71 schoolgirls found in the depths underneath the manholes in the sewers, the underground tunnels of Manhattan, and we know that that's going to be covered up too. A lot of horrible stuff going on in New York right now, aside from that Knicks game aftermath, violent aftermath. And then add to the mix Gwyneth Paltrow and her genocide campaign that she has now going for Israel. So a lot of crazy stuff happening, guys. We had Jay Scott on with us, did some good stuff with him earlier. So let's go ahead and get to some of what you have to say throughout. I know we covered a lot of stuff, but you guys kept up with us, and we appreciate all you guys and the time you take to tune in with us. And we like to, we like to think that, one of the reasons you do tune in is because we're not just here to, make you feel like you have a place to go where you can, get honest information and engage with people that are going to take you seriously. And it's more than that. We're also giving you tools to go on in the rest of your lives and utilize those tools to help elevate your stories, your experiences, and help educate and inform and, change other people's minds. But not even just that. I think we're going for understanding. That's the main thing, understanding, because we're not going to be going out winning debates every day. That's not what it's about, is winning. And I think that's part of what we do here. We have to re-educate ourselves that the name of the game isn't winning and losing. It's going for what's right. It's going for understanding. And it's trying to be about these basic values of truth and justice. And the search for the things that we are entitled. We're entitled for that pursuit of happiness. Everybody is. Everybody. Not just U.S. citizens, not just Western country citizens. Everybody should be entitled to that, right? Okay. A couple super chats coming in here from Citizen. We put a couple of them up earlier. Let's see. We have a few more from you as well. I appreciate that, man. Really do. Really do. This one, I don't think we got to this one before. Blitzer, Bash, Zucker, CNN, not Fox, got Trump 16 elected. Huh. Good call. It was the CNN team that got Trump elected in 16. Not so much Fox, because Fox audience was already voting for him, right? It was the CNN that obsessed with him. Even Jon Stewart on Comedy Central admitted, and this is why I think he went on some extended break. He felt bad that he had contributed, participated, helped elevated a guy that was so awful. And it was I realized that I was giving him too much attention. Blah, 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 blah. But yeah, it's good point. CNN obviously was part of that. Pretending they made so much money. Oh my God, they made so much money that election cycle. I remember seeing those numbers. They all got They all got rich off of Trump's campaign in 2016, and then none of them sent him thank you cards. They really should have. But yeah, thanks for that, citizen. There might have been one more. I think. Yes. Here we go. Thank you so much, citizen. Nor Machiavelli, Newton, Sun Tzu combined could have drafted such a perfect blueprint to wreck the empire. If this won't move the U.S. To enchilada, nothing will. Thank you for that. Really appreciate it, citizen. Thank you. All right. Here we go. Utopians, thanks for tuning in on Rumble. We live in the garden of Ophed and make heaven not hell. Make heaven not hell. Thank you for that. Oh, this is good. Nylan, we always appreciate you sharing out the show. MAGA equals. Oh, I like this one. This is good. This is very creative. I haven't seen one of these. Okay. MAGA, the new acronym of MAGA stands for Miriam Adelson's goals achieved. Love it. Because that's basically what you got, right? You got that. Oh, I don't know if you guys saw Glenn Greenwald's latest, his interpretation of how we got this second incarnation of Trump. Yes, it is absolutely goals achieved, because the goals of the Zionist class is exactly what could be achieved, because Trump was so desperate to get in that it was almost as if, and I might agree with this, it's almost as if Trump went to them and said, please, the Democrats are going to make my life hell the rest of my life. I'm going to have to deal with these stupid lawsuits, and it's going to be so, what do I have to do to get in? Help me. I will do anything for you. And they go, anything? Well, we'll start by setting up this fake assassination. And then, we have a laundry list for you, my friend. He's like, anything, I don't care. I want to just get in there, please, whatever you want. And then there you go. Miriam Allison steps up to the plate and says, I will be in charge. And he goes, okay. Yeah, she is in charge. And as Trump says out loud, she can walk in and out of the White House anytime she wants. And her allegiance is, as he says publicly, your allegiance is to Israel. We know this more than the U.S. I know you're not going to say it, Miriam, but I know it's Israel. And then everybody in the room laughs. Ha, 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 ha. All right, here we go. Oh, nice. I like this T-shirt idea here. Taiji, Nazi cult pedophiles don't self-correct. It's a great T-shirt idea. Yeah, you should get that. That's a good one. Okay. We were talking about having the numbers. We have more than just numbers. It only takes 3% of a given population to demand a peaceful transfer of powers. But I think in the same regard, yes, but can those 3% organize? This is what you need 3% to start. That's what they don't have. They have way less than 1%. We have at least the 3%. So that's the point, is that we have to use the one thing that they can't do, and that is we can use our numbers. It's good point. Good point. Oh, I appreciate this, and thanks for. I see you just started following us. Welcome to the channel, Direct Luminosity. I like the channel name. It feels like me. Cool. I'm glad you do. And I'll say this again about the channel. And I've heard people skeptically on right-wing populists that started following us right away. In fact, when we came out of the gate 3 years ago on Rumble, the majority of our viewership was from right-wing populists. Majority. We were focused a lot on the medical freedom movement at the time, and we weren't even going to touch YouTube because YouTube was just this monster that we couldn't even get into. We were challenging the Biden administration, Ukraine war. I mean, these were hot topics, big topics. Vaccine injuries. So none of that was something that was going to fly in liberal circles at all. So homeless left, it seemed, And I don't know what you affiliate yourself with. And it, it doesn't, at this point, you're saying it feels like you, and I appreciate that. I feel like that was kind of the sentiment from right-wingers as well as people that felt homeless from the left. They also felt homeless from the right, and they understood why we felt home. They understood that. And they were like, oh, that is interesting to us. We would like to know more. We're going to tune in because we like to see you challenging the administration that is in office, and you're challenging the person you voted for. Not that we didn't vote for Biden, but you're challenging the party that's supposed to have your back, and they don't. And so you challenge them in real time. And now we're seeing the Trump voters do the same thing, and it's great. And there's actually more of them doing it than there were of us, because we were a very small group back then. Very small. It was very lonely there. I don't think the MAGAs who are done with MAGA, they're done with Trump, I don't think they're feeling the same loneliness. They seem to have an arsenal of people. They seem to. And that's good. I'm glad they have that. And I'm not saying that cynically. I'm glad they don't have to feel that thing we felt when we started. We truly felt homeless. Because, in fact, the only thing that made us feel better was the fact that right-wing populists were coming over and watching our show. That's actually felt good. That was like, wow. Oh, shit. What we're saying is resonating. So we're going to keep the name. We'll keep the name. Like, oh, no, people are going to be turned off. No, they weren't. They weren't turned off by it at all. So it stayed. It's staying. It's staying. Yes, we exist. LT, Oracle of Truth. We exist. Oh, yeah. And Rumble does equal Alex Karp. That's a good point. And oh my God, it's true. And Alex Karp is smarter than the YouTube people, right? Because Alex Karp knows not to turn off your signal. Don't turn off your stream. Keep your stream on. We have to monitor your ass. Why would we want you to stop doing your talking and your sharing and your communicating? Why would we want you to stop? We want to see exactly what you're doing, where you are, and how you're doing it, so we can stay right on your ass. So yeah, that's thank you, Rumble, for not turning off our stream like YouTube. Oh, thanks, Jungle Jer. I saw the full RT. You did a great job. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. We just wanted to play a clip of that earlier today. Yeah, we talked about the false flag. But it might not actually be the false flag if it's something that Iran actually uncovered and put Trump in a position where he had to admit that we were stealing the oil this whole time. Stealing the oil the whole time. But yeah, we're always skeptical. We're always going to think false flag first. We're always going to think that first. Oh, this is cool. Sam, we should go. Thank you. Great job on RT. And RT.com is still banned in the UK. Thankfully, you can watch on Rumble. And you can. That's the point of, that's the other thing about Rumble. Again, like I know we might make fun of it and the Alex Karp stuff, Peter Thiel stuff, but you can actually watch RT on Rumble anywhere in the world. That's the point. So RT is not allowed on YouTube here. So you watch on YouTube. So you watch on Rumble. That's the point. So you can also watch it in the UK on Rumble. So there you go. I'm not trying to do a big marketing thing for RT. I'm just saying they actually, when you go on and people go, oh, it's state media, state. Do you know when you go on, they don't tell you what you can say and not say. They actually ask you for your genuine political analysis. If they don't like what you're saying, like anyone, I guess you could just not have you back on. But nobody tells me what to say there. We hear all the time from folks like Garland Nixon, folks that have been on CNN and MSNBC and Fox News, and they all do the same bullshit. They all coordinate with you what you're allowed to and not allowed to say. They minimize everything. Every little sound bite is picked apart. There, when possible, you do pre-tapes. Now they do pre-tapes on RT too, but I don't do them really at all. I think I've only done one because I was on location one time, or there was some, I can't even remember. But every time you guys see me on RT, every time it's live, it's on the spot. News breaks. U.S. is attacking Iran right now. We need your opinion on. So there's no coordination. There's just honest political analysis. And wouldn't that be cool if we had that like on our state media? But I guess ours is more corporate media. It's all, I don't know. Corporate media, state media. Is it the same? Is it not the same? There's a question for you. I got to move this up a little bit. Okay. There's a question for you. What is the difference between state media and corporate media, if at all? If at all. So that's your question. That's your question for today. Okay. We'll get to a few more of these. I'm liking you guys today. This is some really good. Okay, yeah, I know. We're gonna do the World Cup next Tuesday. Thank you, Citizen. We'll do a more thorough investigation of it. I just didn't have enough of the content yet. It just started, so yeah, we'll get to it. We'll get to it. But we did hear that Mexico won the first game, and then we had that Lego video that we showed you guys as well. That was cool. Okay. Eno is Cherokee for friend. I think you changed your handle there, Eno. But Soylent Green is people. It's people. Oh, this is good. Jungle Jared, thank you for this. Is interesting take on this, because I think you're saying I disagree with when Jay said he doesn't hold the Knicks accountable. You're saying we need to hold the entire Knicks organization accountable. They made a killing off of ticket sales. They add fuel to the class warfare. The players and coaches need to speak up. That's important. It's not their fault that the horrible activity is occurring, but they need to speak up. Great point. By not speaking up, they're going along with it. They're hiding. They're putting their heads into the sand. And yeah, that's not that's and I don't expect them to speak up. I don't think this is something that they're just focusing on trying to win the next game, and it's out of sight, out of mind, and that's the sad part about it. So I'm with you, Jungle Jer. We have to hold them accountable. Absolutely. Oh, by the way, speaking of holding players accountability, and I know Craig Pasta loves to say, "Oh yeah, this isn't just New York; it happens in LA." Yeah, we told you. We know that Laker fans have been known to overturn cop cars after winning a championship. Do you know what happened after the Lakers won, I believe, their second championship of a three-peat when it was Shaq and Kobe? Do you want to know what happened that year? That was in 2001. You want to know what happened that year? Downtown LA, there were fans that overturned cop cars. Do you know what Shaq did? He paid for all of the cars. He paid for every. He just went into. He just said, "How much is the damage? I'm paying for everything. How much? What did the city get? How much is the damage to the city? LAPD damage? I'm paying for everything." And then he didn't announce it. He didn't brag about it. He just did it, and that's it. And maybe he could have said something against the fans. I don't think he ever did that. But no, he did handle. He did take an active role in fixing the problem. So we'll see. We'll see if any Knicks players get out their checkbook for any of the damaged taxi cab, or any lawsuits followed by the Spurs fans, if they can get some backup on their lawyer expenses, right? The ones that got their asses beat by the Knicks fans. They beat up the Spurs fans. Some situations were 10-on-1. So we'll see. We'll see if any of them do that. All right, let's get to some more here. Oh, good call. I was thinking the same thing. There's only supposed to be 18 holes on the golf course. So either someone's math ain't mathin', or when you say that Trump's there's a buried bodies in the 19th hole. What does that really mean? The 19th hole, I guess no one will ever get to that. Nobody knows where the 19th hole is. But that's where the Epstein victims or victim or plural victims are buried, apparently, right? Or allegedly, they're on the 19th hole. So I guess we'll never find them. Okay. Oh, this is good. Donald Duck's mom. AI is Soylent Green. Yeah, AI is Soylent Green. That's the remake, the remake of the film, right? Where the reveal is that AI is made of people. That's awesome. I love it. AI, it's made of people. It's made of people. Oh, this is right. I don't think we covered Kash Patel today, but that is funny. Kash looks like the shrunken head guy from Beetlejuice. Haha. Thank you for that. Let's see. We got okay, Blake. Don't give me too much credit here. Matt Weinglass is legend. Let's go. I'll take the let's go. Trump will be known as the most crooked POS ever. Maybe, yeah. I mean, good. But what about all the it's so weird to me that we don't. So it took a Trump for us to say we're so effed. This job of president is so bad and all the corruption is so bad. It took a Trump to be as loud and as crazy and as unhinged, right? And then so he's going to be known as the worst, but it's to me it's like all the other ones that got away with it that still get away with it. There's still people that say, "Oh, Obama was just so I just love him so much." Never mind that he went into Flint, Michigan and taunted the people that were being poisoned by the water in Flint, Michigan on purpose. He taunted them, drank a bottle of pure water and got back on Air Force One and flew home. Taunted them. Talking with Hillary about pizza parties and, oh, well, Obama was more of a hot dog party dude. And Hillary saying, Obama, come on, man. You can't be staging these things in the middle of the White House. I told you got to do this in a different location. No more hot dog parties for you. Okay, my bad. By the way, all you activists that got me elected, F you. I'm cutting you off the day I get into office. I got my email from some city group. I know who I'm going to put at all of my cabinet positions. They're all bankers. All those bankers are going to get all the bailout money. That's the first thing I'm going to do is do bailout money for the banks, kick 5.4 million people out of their homes, which I did. A lot of people don't know that. They don't know about the surveillance state programs, the drone. He's we killed some folks. We tortured some folks. So, I'm just going through a laundry list for people that don't know. They don't know that Hillary Clinton, Secretary of State to Obama, not only went in and murdered Gaddafi in Libya on behalf of Israel, on behalf of Netanyahu, went into Libya and murdered Gaddafi. She did it in the most disgusting, brutal, sadistic way possible and then bragged about it. That's Obama's person. That's Obama. Obama and Hillary did that. People don't know that. The great news about Trump is that the people voting for him right now in real time are acknowledging the horrible stuff he's doing. And it might be because he's just so goddamn loud about it. That might be it. Or we're just good on social media. We're good at sharing shit out. We weren't good at doing that in 2011, right? Or when Julian Assange told us with WikiLeaks, look at the emails. Look at these horrible emails from Hillary Clinton and all of her corruption. Let's look at the war crimes being committed by the U.S. military in Israel. It's in the emails. It's in WikiLeaks printed it as a legitimate press outlet. Were we not good on Twitter back then? Were we not good at looking into shit? Were we not good at that? Maybe that's why. And we just Oh, what's going on? Julian Assange is in prison. Let's see what Joe Scarborough has to say about it. Oh, that checks out. Yeah, he needs to go to prison. He was I heard Julian Assange was a sex offender. Ho ho ho. Turn on Cenk Uygur. Cenk Uygur over on TYT. He told you, yeah, that guy, he was working for Trump. He needs to be in jail for doing journalism. So this is, yes, Trump can be known as the worst, horrible person ever. That's great. That's fine. But shouldn't we take the opportunity to say, now that we know how bad it is, we should be able to recognize how bad it was the whole time. That's on us now. We need to do that. It's not good enough to tell stories to our grandchildren and say, we lived through Trump, the guy who took this noble office and ruined it. No, he's the guy who showed us how bad it was, because he was the only one that wasn't able to do it so freaking secretly, which they all did. Even the demented guy got away with so much shit. The demented idiot that didn't know which way to walk off the stage. Man, shouldn't that have done it for you guys? The demented idiot that had 4 years of not presidenting and auto penning and dimensioning and cancering and jabbing himself however many jabs he got. This guy showed us that the president's job is not an actual job. You are a puppet to something far worse. The current puppet just happens to have a loudspeaker that the puppeteer put into his wooden hand and put it up with the little, the little puppet strings, right? The little Jeff Dunham. So you raise the Trump puppet, and then it's not Jeff Dunham, it's Netanyahu, right? Raise the Trump puppet, you pull the string, the arm goes up with the loud horn, and then you speak through the loud horn, and maybe that loud horn, maybe the puppeteer, the Netanyahu, is just ups the mic where he's talking, and then it looks like it's coming through the puppet, and it goes rah 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 rah. And we've never heard that. We've never heard a previous puppet, Joe Biden or Obama or a Bush. They've never been that loud, that obnoxious, that obviously just maniacal and just unstable and weak. Really, never presented so weak. The mentally defective guy, that's weak, but more sympathetically weak, right? Like, oh my God, he falls over on his bike and he trips on the stairs and he knocks out, can't finish a sentence. Oh, by the way, Trump's also falling asleep. So we know that the president checks out, and it doesn't actually matter whether it's Biden checking out or Trump checking out. You can just keep sleeping because the shit's going to get done anyway. The horrible stuff's going to be done anyway. That's the thing. All right. Oh, thank you for this, Gonzo Johnny. If your government, media, corporations, and whole economy, plus most Christian churches are infested with Zionists, what does that make the USA? Great question. What does that make us if we're all infested? I think we got a lot of soul searching to do. Yes, citizen, I did bring up the Paltrow story yesterday, but we didn't actually get to watch the video, and we didn't actually get to talk about it, and that's why we did it here today. Fun fact, we were actually going to cover it on Tuesday's show, but we ran out of time because we had all those other stories that happened instead. So I introduced it on Garland, I covered it here, but you're keeping track, so I appreciate that. Okay, now this is a little antiseptic of you here. Ask us crazy. Barbara Streisand has got to be the most ugly, no talent burn, filthy rich something psyop ever. Oh, I agree with you on the psyop. I agree with, and these are the people that get hand selected and put into these positions, and then they play the role of struggling victim, and I somehow defied all odds and made it. Even Seinfeld admitted at one of these graduation speeches, you know, that everybody walks out on because they're the cool people, the cool kids walk out and they say, you're pro-genocide, we're against that, so we're out, and they leave, which is awesome. And then Jerry Seinfeld does his speech and he says, you know, the truth is, being a comedian, a Jewish comedian in the 80s in New York, I didn't really have it that hard. So I don't really have much to complain about. He's saying that. And he actually told I remember this was part of the speech, was inspiring the students at whatever that was, Harvard or wherever this upper echelon of entitled kids. The ones that didn't walk out that said, yeah, I don't care about genocide. I just want to see Jerry Seinfeld speak. And it's like he just says, so listen, don't pretend that you're that you're struggling and that you have a hard life. Just be proud of the fact that you're great, and I'm sure he's speaking specifically to the chosen ones, that you've been selected to be great. And that's how he goes, that's how I do comedy. I don't talk about my struggles because I don't really have any. So that part of Jerry Seinfeld is very honest, and it is very it oddly enough, it is honest to him to be asked when he's coming out of Madison Square Garden after the Knicks game, and he's asked, say free Palestine for us, and he says they don't exist. He's being as honest as he possibly can. He doesn't give a shit. He's not even trying to hide it. And I think maybe that's the lesson we learned by a lot of these people, is that they don't. And maybe Barbara Streisand's worse because she plays the victim card more. And maybe it's Jerry Seinfeld. Maybe you got to give him credit for not playing the victim. Wow, dude, you played the entitled asshole the whole way. You never once said, "Woe is me." And maybe that good. Maybe that part is actually refreshing to see the actual thing, not trying to sugarcoat it. Great. I know this is funny, Gonzo Johnny. YouTube organically, that's an oxymoron. Hey, look, I haven't looked into these channels. I don't know how they got their audience, but I can assure you it's not studio money from Hollywood. So whatever they did to get it, they did it. So, but it is funny. Thanks for, rightfully so, called me out on using the word organically. Probably not the totally appropriate there. Let's see what else we got. Oh, Mary Ploppins, thanks for tuning in. Oh, is this a thing? Kiwi Corner, is this a thing? Tesla free energy now? Really? Is that real? Free energy from Tesla? If that's the case, then the world doesn't have to use oil again and fight these BS wars across the world. I don't know. Kiwi Corner, it's even if there was such thing as free energy from Tesla, from Elon, we don't just fight wars for oil. We fight it for every resource we can possibly get our hands on. Plenty of minerals in South America, plenty of drugs, heroin, and in Afghanistan. I mean, we're not just getting the oil. So I don't know if that's going to do anything. But again, it might not even be possible. That might not even be possible. And this is true. Yes, principles are most important, and they're only principles when they're inconvenient to apply them. That's really the thing. Oh, thanks for commenting on the free energy, Gonzo. Free energy is simply knowing how to extract energy from either. It's not that hard, but keeping it to yourself is, yeah. Okay, let's see. Yes, we know this. We know this, citizen. Rumble is the most refined iteration of the surveillance state. That's what we say. But we do give credit for not. Thank you for not turning our stream off, Rumble. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, overlords. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Can I have another? Okay. Let's do two more. Oh, this is, yeah, when you watch the footage of Obama, he didn't drink the Flint water. He just let it touch his lips, his lying lips. I mean, yeah, we looked at that, but then it's like, where did he get that water? If somebody just walks out and gives him the glass, like that could have just been an Aquafina bottle, like poured into the glass. It doesn't. And I do remember it. It's not like he went like gulp, 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 gulp. So like it's possible it could have been Flint water, but the point is, it was all just theater. And if you guys go back and watch that clip, the boos that start, it really pulls on you, on your heartstrings, because what happens is, before the water, the crowd loves him. They love him. He's their guy. This is why we call Trump Obama 2.0 a lot of the times, because you have this guy, their hero. And he comes to their town and they're like, oh my God, you're our guy. You're our guy. You came here to help us. You're going to fight. This was the left's version of fight the deep state. You're going to fight the deep state. This is the moment. And he gets the water. He comes out and you hear the vocal reactions. Like, even when he goes to, they still didn't understand. They didn't understand what was happening as it was happening. You can hear it in the crowd. They start to murmur. And he tips the glass a little bit. And I think they're like thinking he's gonna do it. He's gonna not do it. He's gonna stop and go, wait a minute, this thing is brown. Or he's staging something in order to give us some credibility, but it was the opposite. And then he does the thing where he does, whether he's sipping it or not. That was it. I'm here to say F you. I'm going to say that was great. I could use some water. And then that was it. And then the boos, it's like this delayed reaction of trying to accept what just happened, that he's not there for you. He was saying F you right to your freaking face. And that's what Trump is doing right now to his voters. So not enough of the Obama people have stood up, because it was a very isolated incident for Flint, and the mainstream made sure not to cover that. And again, I do think social media plays a role. If we had all of us on Twitter at the time, we would have shared the hell out of that at the time. I think Twitter existed, but I don't think, we weren't doing this. There's a lot of people not doing this at the time. So it's a different time. So you give credit to people that are loud right now, that are sharing stuff out every time Trump is lying lying on reneging a campaign promise on purpose, from the peace president to the war president, from everything. You guys know the list. One more, and then I'll throw some more up at the end. I just want to make sure if we didn't get any. One more from Citizen on the super chat. I'll do this one as well. I don't think we didn't have this conversation. How differently left and right are handling Belfast. Well, we can maybe get to that on next week's episode. But appreciate you. Always got great suggestions, Citizen. Always appreciate it. Okay. And we'll end with this. Kiwi, because this is a response to what we were just talking about. Kiwi, thank you for all the engagement here. Well, at least it is a start in the right direction, and that's all we can really count on and hope for, is that we are faced in the right direction and we are moving, even if it takes longer than we hope. We're moving in the right direction, and that is away from the two-party duopoly, away from the let's be mad and punch down at our neighbor and you voted for the wrong person, away from the fact that we're going to listen to the guy on the TV tell us what's going on, when we know that these are deliberate propagandists that are not doing news. We're looking into it. We're embracing the label of conspiracy theory. We don't care if you call us conspiracy theorists. What we are, we're non-tribalists. And if you're going to call us conspiracy theorists, that's fine. We'll just call you a tribalist because that's what you are if you're going to call us that at this point. And that's it. And we don't even mean it in a derogatory way. You're a tribalist because that's somebody who's not using their critical thinking skills. We hope that they can come around and get well soon, and we'll send them get well soon cards. But that's where we are now. And if we're faced in the right direction, even started a conversation with people that are now just starting to wake up, then we are doing something, right? And that's something better than nothing. Let's keep going that direction. This has been Talking Back with Matt. And I think next week we're going to have Leslie back on with us. I can't handle you all by myself. I need to bring in our star player. I'll see if we can bring her in next week. And our little secret weapon, Nurse Leslie. We'll see if we can get her back next Thursday for sure. Okay. We're locked and loaded, guys. We're ready. We're ready for our final segment. And this is a good one. Okay. We're going to take on, I told you, no loudest voice this week. Nothing was worthy, actually. I went through some, I just nothing's worthy of it. We'll get to one of those next week. What we are going to do is we're going to do a We Know What It's Not. This one didn't make it into Tuesday's show because we had so much other stuff happening then. And we'll be uploading these. These are the most I think these are the more popular segments that do seem to pick up traction, especially on Rumble. So we like to spend time with this topic because it's important. Okay. Here we go. We know what it's not. Final segment. Is it? Wait, hold on. Are we slowed down? Are we good? I think we're good. I feel like StreamYard was getting ready to boot us off, but I think we made it over the hump. Okay. It's looking like we're good. Okay. Here we go.
But the virus stops with every vaccinated person.
But this is a pandemic of the unvaccinated.
The conspiracy theory about this related to vaccine, you're right.
We have to really move at the speed of science.
Doctors are baffled. They're looking into it. They'll be back with their conclusion soon enough. What happened to our loved ones? Why are these young people dropping dead, having medical emergencies out of nowhere, especially the athletes, right, on the playing fields? What's going on with these myocarditis and these rapid cancers and these neurological problems and these sudden heart attacks? What's happening here? We don't know. We're not doctors. We're not scientists, but they told us to hold on, hold tight. They'll be back with the answers for us. But in the meantime, rest assured, they can absolutely guarantee to us that there's one thing they know for sure. And that is we know what it's not. We have a problem with the technological advances in AI and the vaccine industry. It's not looking good. It's not looking good at all. Apparently, and this is from Vigilant Fox, researchers are now pushing an AI-powered super vaccine designed to prevent pandemics. This makes the COVID jab look like child's play, and chances are they'll try to mandate it. The first super vaccine has already been created and was tested in humans by researchers at the University of Cambridge. The team fed AI systems genetic sequences from multiple coronaviruses gathered through ongoing surveillance programs. Oh no, this looks very Dr. Evil-y. The algorithm then assembled a super antigen intended to train the immune system to recognize entire virus families rather than individual strains that constantly mutate. The problem is that this approach is flawed from the outset because these surveillance systems already depend on fraudulent testing methods such as PCR. And you guys know, we've covered this. PCR tests are 95% ineffective. Yes, that means that you just are getting a positive, negative based on nothing. And that's why they changed all the time. You guys remember people were getting the test and like I have COVID. No, I don't. Yes, I do. No, none of it actually worked. And once a digital ID system is in place, refusing a pandemic prevention vaccine could come with real world consequences. No shot, no access, no compliance, no participation. Now, of course, we've heard that line of crap before over these last 6 years. We hear that all the time. All that we have to double down on the no shot, no access. People that should be apologizing for, hey, maybe we went too hard on that mandate stuff. No, they still say, no, that was the right thing to do. So, of course, any opportunity to do this again, the no shot, no access approach to society, as Noam Chomsky says, we better gather up all the unvaccinated and put them in a camp, kind of like an internment camp. Although I thought we said never again, but I guess never again unless it's an internment camp for unvaccinated people, because those are the worst people in the world, unvaccinated, right? Right. Okay. So with that, let's hear a little bit of the report on this that broke about this study. This is very disturbing stuff. Here we go.
Modernity.news, researchers push AI-designed super vaccine. Cambridge scientists are hailing an AI-crafted super antigen as a breakthrough that could get ahead of pandemics, blanket protect against every COVID variant. Why are we still talking about COVID? And spare the world of future lockdowns while saving millions of lives. Why? How would we spare the world of lockdowns? Well, of course, we're going to preemptively inject people so we can prevent pandemics, you see. Yet the same public that lived through the last round of experimental shots is not buying the hype, of course. Responses to the announcement have been blunt, laced with references to documented harms, AI's well-known limitations and hallucinations, by the way, and fresh warnings from cancer specialists who watch stable patients relapse after previous boosters. University of Cambridge researchers led by Professor Jonathan Heaney say they've produced the first antigen designed entirely by artificial intelligence and tested in humans. The article goes on, the team fed AI systems genetic sequences from multiple coronaviruses collected through ongoing surveillance programs. The algorithm then assembled a super antigen intended to train the immune system to recognize whole virus families rather than single strains that keep mutating. Early human testing involved 39 volunteers and produced what researchers called modest immune responses, but no major safety red flags in the initial readout. Was the AI programmed to say they were no major safety flags? Because according to AI right now, like Grok, the COVID shots are completely safe and effective, even though people get cancer from them. So what is it? What's it been programmed to detect?
That's so weird that Elon would have that in Grok, because he specifically was the one that said I was vaccine injured, and he wanted a whole. I remember you guys remember the whole pronoun thing where Elon tweeted out, my pronouns are Fire Fauci. That was when he first took over Twitter. Why is Grok saying this? It's so weird. It's so weird. Yeah, anyways, these people these volunteers, oh man, I don't know who the hell would be signing up for this.
A larger study with roughly 200 participants is now running to measure stronger and more durable protection. Whoever these participants are, they need a mental health check.
Ha 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 ha! They need a mental health check. Wow. Well, there it is, guys. I mean, this is not a joke. This is the kind of technology they've been trying to implement for a long time. And we know that one of the first thing that Trump did when he first got into office on day one, his second term, he invited Larry Ellison to his office, and he said, "Hey, Larry, here's a multi-billion-dollar deal for your AI venture, Star." It came directly from Oracle, and what the point was is that you could do this pre-cancer tech, as basically AI doctors using mRNA as the treatment that you would then give future cancer patients. future, as in you don't have cancer yet, but you're going to have it. So we're going to inject you with an mRNA cancer treatment, even though you don't have it yet. We decided that you will have it. So we're going to get you now. So just using that, merging that technology so early on in Trump's first day, that should have been a moment of clarity for everybody that had voted for him if they were pro free medical freedom movement. With that said, a super vax, this is on a whole nother scale of psycho. And again, she's saying that the people in the study, why would you even agree to something like this? No, I mean, I get it. People are still captured. They're still in that mindset that they're working on behalf of the health and well-being of your fellow man. The freak, right? So while that's happening, it's important for us, and we call this segment, we know what it's not, because we're not the doctors, we're not the scientists, we're just reporting on what is happening. We're not drawing any conclusions from this. That's you can draw conclusions if you like, but I want to highlight this patient, this vaccine injured patient, which well, I don't know if he's vaccine injured, but he claims he is. And this is his story, which is going viral because of the doctor that's been treating him for the last 3 years. Finally was able to allow his patient to tell his story. And I think this is a learning lesson for anybody who still had their head in the sand all this time, to really pay attention to what happened here, because this is obviously one example of many, many, many others. I appreciate Hustle Bitch for putting this out. The doctor says this is the worst vaccine injury he's ever seen. The video is hard to watch. We're going to watch it here in a moment. A doctor is going viral after sharing footage of a patient he says suffered the worst vaccine injury he's encountered in his entire career. The 52-year-old man says he received a COVID vaccine in 2021 and a booster shot in 2022. He claims that 2 months later, severe muscle spasms began. According to the patient, the condition became so debilitating that he was unable to properly sit, stand, or walk for the next 4 years. In the video, the doctor documents the man's condition and later shows what he says is significant improvement after several weeks of, get this, stem cell treatment. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Well, hold on to your seats. Let's watch the video. And like Hustle Bitch says, it's a little hard to watch.
You can't control it?
No.
Can you introduce yourself?
Yeah, my name is Avi Kapernik. I'm a 52-year-old male. And I got the COVID vaccine in 2021. And then in 2022, I got the booster shot. And then 2 months after the booster shot, I can't sit, stand, or walk for 4 years now.
Can you stand up for us, Avi, and walk?
Yeah.
Okay, stand still.
Yeah. This is me completely relaxed. Okay, so when I'm lying completely flat, the abs are just jerking me forward. This is with me just completely and utterly relaxed.
You can't control it?
No.
And Avi, you're lying flat now?
Yep.
What change do you notice now when you're laying flat versus before?
It's the spasms are at a less rate than before. It's still there, but it's not as frequent. This is Avi Kapernik. I just finished my stem cell treatment 3 weeks in, and seem to be doing much better. So
he's standing up. Look at walk. Much better. Turn around, Avi.
Okie doke.
Come towards me. And these symptoms are dramatically improved.
Much better.
It's still there. I mean, we haven't fully reversed it yet, but in only 3 weeks. You were dealing with this for 4 years.
Yeah.
Look how much improvement we had in only 3 weeks of full-on treatment every single day.
Yeah.
All right, so he's able to stay on for longer, which he's got to go back home. I know I can knock this thing out fully, but this is an incredible testimonial, and it shows the power of regenerative medicine. And more importantly, I want to speak about all the patients of millions of people all over the world who are vaccine injured, and obviously a testament to all of them.
Yeah.
And what do you want to tell the people who are vaccine injured?
Don't get the vaccine. You can get better. Regenerative medicine.
That's right.
Stem cells.
Living testimony.
Wow. Wow. And what a reason to share this, right? This isn't trying to, I want to do something to go viral. And, I'm not even going to give any credit to this at all, but I don't know if you guys have seen anytime you see somebody vaccine injured, and that was a terrible, terrible situation that we saw from the beginning of the video. That's how the guy, that when he showed up and said, "Help me, doctor." This is, a lot of people will say that and say, "Oh, he's exaggerating, he's faking," which is just horrible that anybody would have a thought like that. That oh, they're doing this for clicks. And the doctors are going along with it because he can get. No, this takes courage to do, and for the doctor to take this on and to try this stem cell treatment, which seems to actually be effective, and then talk at the end to talk to the world and say, anybody out there that's suffering, this is a actual treatment that might work. And we talk about the other options out there that people can try. We've talked about these things. We talk about intermittent fasting. There's a treatment that the McCullough Foundation, it fights the spike protein, because the spike protein stays in your body. It doesn't leave. You can get rid of it certain ways. Intermittent fasting gets rid of the spike protein because it does, incrementally, it does do, it flushes out toxins, right? When your digestive system is resting, your body flushes out toxins, bad poisons like mRNA, spike protein, which needs to be flushed out. But then it comes back. So what do? You just have to kind of change your whole weekly regimen of how you even conduct yourself throughout the day. We know the things you can do if you want to prevent heart problems. Well, it's hard to once you have the heart problems, it's hard to undo them, but you have to just keep aware of your heart rate, right? You got to keep aware of your heart rate, and if you're doing a physical activity, you got to take a step back, slow your heart down. Sometimes it's the opposite. Your heart gets too slow, so you gotta speed that up. There's little methods, but this stem cell method seems to be effective, at least for this one person. So I want to look into this a little more. But I'm glad this thing went viral. I hope people around the world are seeing this. It's important. And when we look at what they're coming up with next to poison us with, one thing we can say that at least the silver lining of all this horrible stuff we've been through since COVID, these last 6 years, one thing's for sure is that we are all smarter and wiser now about things that maybe we never even thought of before. We start really understanding our bodies, really understanding how health works, and we're going to be that much more prepared when they whip out the next wave on us. And they've tried so many, right? They've tried the monkeypox. They're trying Ebola right now, right? We've talked about hantavirus. They're trying all these different methods to get us into that red alert, right? Red alert, caution, lockdown coming, lockdown. Everyone do their part. Can't participate in society until you do your part. We're not going to fall for that anymore. That's not a thing. That's not a thing. So we're going to have that courage in play, and be willing to take that hit. Be willing to get fired from your job and do what's right. Have that principle. Maybe before you were more like, I don't really want to do this, but I got to go along with it. Well, look, this guy that just showed you this video, this is proof that none of us are safe unless we all stand up and say no, like together, right? Power in numbers. So kudos to this dude, this courageous dude, courageous doctor. We need more courageous doctors that are willing to put this out there like this and be there for their patients that need help. So, and by the way, don't volunteer for any of these things ever. Don't ever volunteer for any experiment, even if they're like, oh, we're gonna pay you $400 or $1,000. All you got to do is take this thing. Hell no, you're not doing that for $1,000. No, we're not doing it for $10,000. We're not doing it for any amount. There's no amount that can get us to do experimental jabbing. Not gonna happen. All right, guys, that should do it for this episode of We Know What It's Not. And I think that about does it for the whole show. I think we had a good one. We just went over the 4-hour mark. I prefer being closer to the 4-hour mark than the 5-hour mark these days. It feels better. It feels better. We get really exhausted after 5. So we'll do 5 only in special circumstances when we have a particular guest booked, and it's the only thing we can do to get the booking to happen, and we have other stuff, whatever. That's the only, other than that, I don't think we should be going much more over 4 hours anymore. Okay. With that said, let's go ahead. I just want to thank all of you guys, and I see some more comments come up since the Talking Back segment. I'll throw a few of those up on the end here. I just want to give a shout out, and I forgot to thank Craig on Tuesday, Craig Pasta, for coming on. Jay Scott came on both shows. I guess we've done it, right? We're back to 2 shows a week. We're back to Tuesdays and Thursdays now. We did it. Yay. And we can't do it without you guys. So appreciate all you tuning in. Everybody on the chats. We love you guys. Keeping the peace for us. And we're going to have some great shows coming up next week. So stay tuned. Make sure you follow us on all the socials. Twitter, it's important you can follow us on Twitter because you're going to get the information first. We're actually going to be, I'm going to be more on Twitter than we've been lately. So just go ahead and drop us a follow on both of these, and you'll see the kind of stories we have coming up. You can even send us direct messages if you want. If you have, links to stuff that you think are important and need to be covered, we certainly appreciate the feedback. And we appreciate all the super chats. And I don't think we had any. Let me make sure we didn't get any Rumble rant here. We might have missed one. Sometimes those go under the radar. I think we're good. We're good on the Rumble rants. All right, guys, that should do it for today. I'm going to leave you guys with, this is a fun one. We call this the smartest thief. One of these police trying to catch the car thief. We're not promoting Grand Theft Auto, but this video might be an analogy to when you talk about the surveillance state, the overhead camera. Sometimes if you can outsmart the system, it's worth a look. It's worth a look. So we call this the smartest thief. He found a way to outsmart the surveillance state. Worth seeing. Okay, that should do it for today. We'll see you guys back next week. Remember, when you go out in the world, always go out with courage, conviction, and above all else, principle. I'm Matt Weinglass. This is the Homeless Left, the non-tribal approach to news, non-tribal approach to life. We will see you back here next week. Until then, remember, the other thing to remember is power to the people and free Palestine. We'll see you next time.
Uncensored.